पूरे विश्व में मान बढ़ाने वाले, देशवासियों के चहेते होने के साथ साथ विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता हमारे पवित्र भारत देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पधार चुके हैं। कृपया सभी लोग अपने अपने स्थानों पर बैठ जाएं, अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। अभी हमारे चैतन्य महाप्रभु जी ने जो हरिनाम संकीर्तन की धारा चलाई, हमारे चैतन्य महाप्रभु जी ने जो पूरे विश्व को परम कल्याणकारी हरिनाम संकीर्तन और साथ में नृत्य संकीर्तन प्रदान किया, जिसमें विशेष रूप से पश्चिम बंगाल का बेड़ा कीर्तन है। हमारे जो गौड़ीय भक्त सामने खड़े हैं, उनसे प्रार्थना करूंगा कि वे बेड़ा कीर्तन प्रारंभ करें। विशेष करके उनका नेतृत्व करेंगे स्वामी मधुसूदन महाराज जी।
श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी ठाकुर जी के श्री चरणों में प्रणाम करते हुए एवं माननीय सुहृद जन सर्व सुख हितार्थाय जिन्होंने अपना जीवन समर्पित किया है, ऐसे श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी का अभिनंदन करते हुए गौड़ीय मिशन ये प्रस्तुति आपके सामने रखता है।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
लोगों को ताली बजानी चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री जी ताली के साथ संकीर्तन कर रहे हैं।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्णा
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे निताई गौर हरि बोल 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 हरि हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
जगतगुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की जगतगुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की
चैतन्य महाप्रभु जी के इस धरातल पर प्रकट होने से पहले इस संसार में सिमरण था, जप था, किंतु संकीर्तन ये चैतन्य महाप्रभु की देन है। ये नृत्य संकीर्तन, ये आनंद संकीर्तन चैतन्य महाप्रभु जी देन है। और ये इसकी छोटी सी प्रस्तुति हमारे गौड़ीय भक्तों ने की। अभी 22 जनवरी को अयोध्या में भव्य मंदिर, दिव्य मंदिर, वहां पर रामलला जी का विराजमान का जो महोत्सव हुआ, इसके लिए हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो 11 दिन का उपवास रखा,
सियावर रामचंद्र की
11 दिन जो उन्होंने भूमि शयन किया, 11 दिन हमारी रामानुजीय वैष्णव परंपरा के अनुसार
शांति
जो उन्होंने व्रत लिया, और 11 दिन अन्न, फल, जूस कुछ न लेके सिर्फ 2 टाइम नारियल पानी पीकर जो उन्होंने व्रत किया, हमारा सारा गौड़ीय समाज उनके इस कार्य पर प्रभावित है। 500 साल से जो कार्य असंभव सा लग रहा था, हमारे यशस्वी, हमारे तपस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के श्रेय में ये दिव्य कार्य हुआ, राम जी का भव्य मंदिर का उद्घाटन। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री से प्रार्थना करूंगा, प्रभुपाद जी का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए उनके श्री चरणों में पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
सुजनाबुदराधित पाद युगम युग धर्म प्रचारक धुर्य जनम जनता सुभाषण शक्ति पदम प्रणमामि
प्रभु पादपदम्
प्रणमामि सदा प्रभु पादपदं प्रणमामि सदा प्रभु पादपदं
प्रणमामि
माननीय
सदा
प्रधानमंत्री के बाद
पादपदम्
हमारे मठ के आचार्य
प्रणमामि सदा
सन्यासी महाराज जी एवं हमारे कानून राज्य मंत्री श्री अर्जुन रामपाल मेघवाल जी एवं संस्कृत एवं विदेश राज्य मंत्री श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी भी प्रभुपाद जी के चरणों में पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करके उनका आशीर्वाद ले रहे हैं। आज हमारे प्रभुपाद जी जगत गुरु श्री भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी ठाकुर जिन्होंने 9 वर्ष 100 करोड़ हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र का जाप किया और जिन्होंने भारत में चैतन्य महाप्रभु की परंपरा को पुनः उज्जवल किया। भारत के अलावा विदेशों में जिन्होंने अपने शिष्यों प्रशिष्यों को प्रचार के लिए भेजा और भेज रहे हैं। हमारे गौड़िया परिवार के प्रसिद्ध परम पूज्य तिदंडी स्वामी श्रीमद भक्ति विलास तीर्थ गोस्वामी महाराज, परम पूज्य तिदंडी स्वामी श्रीमद भक्ति रक्षक श्रीधर गोस्वामी महाराज, परम पूज्य तिदंडी स्वामी श्री भक्ति दयित माधव गोस्वामी महाराज, परम पूज्य ओडलोमी गोस्वामी महाराज, परम पूज्य तिदंडी स्वामी श्री भक्ति प्रज्ञान केशव गोस्वामी महाराज, परम पूज्य तिदंडी स्वामी श्री भक्ति सारंग गोस्वामी महाराज एवं इस्कॉन के संस्थापक हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस श्री एसी भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी महाराज, जिन्हें सारा संसार प्रभुपाद के नाम से जानता है, परम पूज्य तिदंडी स्वामी श्री श्रीमद भक्ति कुमार संत गोस्वामी महाराज, इस सारे प्रचारकों को प्रभुपाद ने तैयार किया और ये सनातन धर्म के झंडे को लेकर देश विदेश में चलते रहे। और आज प्रभुपाद जी ने 18 वर्षों में जो 64 प्रचार केंद्र प्रारंभ किए थे, आज इन प्रचारकों के प्रयास से आज पूरे देश में एवं विदेशों में हमारे भारत में तथा विदेश की धरती पर 64 से 60 नहीं 50 नहीं, आज गौड़िया और इस्कॉन के भक्तों के द्वारा 5000 से अधिक सेंटर्स पूरे विश्व में हैं। प्रभुपाद श्री भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी की कृपा से 42,000 प्रचारक हमारे वैष्णव धर्म का, सनातन धर्म का प्रचार प्रसार कर रहे हैं। जो प्रभुपाद इतने महान हैं, उनका 150वां जो जयंती महोत्सव आपके इस दिव्य सभागार में हो रहा है, तो मैं प्रार्थना करना चाहूंगा हमारे गौड़ीय मिशन के पूज्य तिदंडी स्वामी श्री भक्ति सुंदर सन्यासी महाराज से कि वे आज की सभा के जो मुख्य अतिथि हैं माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, उन्हें अंग वस्त्र साल अर्पित करें एवं उनके श्री हस्तों में स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। पूज्यपाद सन्यासी महाराज।
जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की
जय श्री राम। सारे जगत को श्री राम डुबोने वाले। शांत।
आज के समय में जो नारा चल रहा है, एक ही नारा, एक ही नाम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। और थोड़ी प्रतीक्षा करें, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के हाथों को और मजबूत करें, कुछ समय बाद जय श्री कृष्ण भी आप बोलोगे। अभी मैं प्रार्थना करना चाहूंगा हमारे गौड़ीय मिशन के जो वर्तमान आचार्य हैं, जिनके उत्साह से आज भारत में और विदेशों में प्रभुपाद श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर जी का 150वां जयंती महोत्सव मनाया जा रहा है, वे आज की सभा में अपना स्वागत या अभिभाषण प्रदान करें। पूज्यपाद सन्यासी महाराज।
वंदे अहम श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतपदकमलम श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजात सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजन सहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पादन सहगण ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि आज से तकरीबन 150 साल पहले एक सशक्त लीडर चैतन्य महाप्रभु का वाणी के प्रचार के लिए दुनिया भर में फैलाने के लिए जिनका आविर्भाव हुआ था, आध्यात्मिक चेतना को जागृत करने के लिए एक महान लीडर के तरफ आए थे। और आज हमारा देश के एक महान लीडर, विश्व के राजनीति में जिनका नाम अभी प्रथम श्रेणी में आ रहा है, वो मेरा प्रभुपाद को गरिमान्वित करने के लिए साक्षात सान्निध्य देकर हमें कृतार्थ किए। चैतन्य महाप्रभु का जो शिक्षा, उनका जो दर्शन, उससे पहले बौद्ध दर्शन में अहिंसावाद, शंकराचार्य जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य के माध्यम से वेदांतवाद, ब्रह्मवाद आया। उसके बाद भारतवर्ष के दक्षिण देश से 4 वैष्णव संप्रदाय आविर्भूत हुए। इस सब का सिद्धांत को सम्मिलित करते हुए, निचोड़ निकालते हुए चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने अचिंत्य भेदाभेदवाद का स्थापन करते हुए दुनिया को संकीर्तन रस में डुबो दिए। वही वाणी और उनका दर्शन तकरीबन 150 साल बाद उसमें विकृति आया, उसमें ग्लानि आया, उसमें परिवर्तन आया। और जिनके आज 150 साल जन्म उत्सव का शुभारंभ हम करने जा रहे हैं, वही महान पुरुष है। ग्लानि को दूर किया, सिद्धांत के बल पर, सत सिद्धांत के आधार पर अपना उद्घोष के माध्यम से उन्होंने चैतन्य महाप्रभु का वो विशुद्ध भक्ति योग का जो धारा है, परंपरा है, उसको जागृत किया, पुनर्स्थापित किया। मैं उस प्रभुपाद के चरण में अनंत कोटि दंडवत प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने अपना इच्छा से नहीं किया। जगन्नाथपुरी में वो आए, आविर्भूत हुए, 6 महीना के बाद रथ यात्रा हुआ। जगन्नाथ जी के रथ प्रभुपाद जी के द्वार पर खड़े हो गए। कोई महात्मा बोल रहे थे कि हम लोग तो प्रभुपाद भगवान का इंतजार करते हैं, कभी भगवान भी भक्तों का इंतजार करते हैं। और रथ वहां पर खड़े हो गए। और जब प्रभुपाद जी का, उनका माता जी प्रभुपाद जी का मस्तक रथ में लगाया तो जगन्नाथ जी का प्रसादी माला उनके सिर पर पड़े। आगे जाके जब चैतन्य महाप्रभु का भावधारा लुप्त हो रहे थे, जब भीतर में उनका बड़ा दुख महसूस हो रहा था कि ये ग्लानि को कैसे दूर किया जाए, चैतन्य महाप्रभु आए। उनके साथ 5 पंचतत्व के रूप में आए। प्रभुपाद जी के गुरुवर्ग आए, लाइन देकर आकर मायापुर में शब्दादेश करते हैं, उठो विमला प्रसाद, जागो, हम लोग तुम्हारा साथ में है। और इस विश्व को चैतन्य महाप्रभु का दर्शन को पहुंचाना है, दार दार पर पहुंचाना। उपाय, प्रोसेस क्या? उस समय हम लोग पराधीन थे, हमारा देश पराधीन था, ब्रिटिश समय था। जिस समय बिजली का इतना व्यवस्था नहीं थी, जिस समय कन्वीनियंस का व्यवस्था नहीं थी, प्रभुपाद जी गांव गांव पर गए, बैल का गाड़ी में गए, लंठन लेकर गए, निरंतर चैतन्य महाप्रभु का कीर्तन को गाते रहे, कृष्ण नाम का महिमा गाते रहे। गाते गाते ऐसा समय आया कि 16 साल में 64 मंदिर स्थापना कर दिया, गौड़ीय मठ स्थापना। क्या नहीं किया? सबसे पहले हैंडल मशीन, प्रेस, उस मशीन को स्थापन किया। एक नहीं, 3 मशीन मायापुर में, कृष्णनगर में, कलकत्ता में स्थापन किया। देखा कि लाइब्रेरी में वैष्णव ग्रंथ सब लुप्त हो रहा था, एक एक करके उद्धार किया। उनका पिताजी भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर उस समय ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट के जो मैजिस्ट्रेट थे, उनको बोला कि तुम चलो आगे बढ़ो, मैं तुम्हारा साथ हूं। प्रेस स्थापन किया, 5 भाषा में पत्रिका निकाले, कहां असम, कहां नैमिषारण्य हिंदी भाषा में, आसामी भाषा में, बंगाली भाषा में, इंग्रजी भाषा में द हार्मोनिस्ट, और संस्कृत भाषा में सज्जन तसनी, उड़िया भाषा में परमार्थी पत्रिका निकालकर, क्या दया नहीं किया? भारतवर्ष के कौन कोने में भेजने में बाकी रखा, बाकी छोड़ा हो। और उसके बाद जैसे कि आज डेली न्यूज पेपर निकलता है, हिम्मत था कि मायापुर से दैनिक नदिया प्रकाश एक पत्रिका निकलना शुरू किया, और जिसमें चैतन्य महाप्रभु का दर्शन को, चैतन्य महाप्रभु का वाणी को, उनका उद्देश्य था कि कलियुग वर्णाश्रम धर्म विकृत हो रहा था, उसको बचाना नहीं जा सकता है। लेकिन चैतन्य दर्शन में उन्होंने सोचा कि अगर कृष्ण भजन में लगा दिया जाए, चाहे ब्रह्मचारी हो, 10 साल 20 साल वो त्याग किए हो, लेकिन वो यदि हरि सेवा हरि भजन नहीं करेंगे तो ब्रह्मचर्य बेकार है। सन्यासी दंड लेकर घूमेंगे, ओम ब्रह्म ब्रह्मास्मि करते रहेंगे, लेकिन ये सब यदि अगर कृष्ण भजन करेंगे, कृष्ण सेवा करेंगे, कृष्ण कथा लोगों के कान में देंगे, तो ये दैव वर्णाश्रम सृष्टि किया, उनका सृष्टि है। वर्णाश्रम धर्मों को कृष्ण भजन के अनुकूल ढांचा में उन्होंने गिरा दिया और दैव वर्णाश्रम सृष्टि करने का आगे जाके उन्होंने चैतन्य महाप्रभु के समय पर अद्वैत आचार्य जो उनके परम भक्त थे, उन्होंने महाप्रभु से प्रार्थना किया कि आप यदि प्रेम धन भक्ति धन आप बिलाएंगे तो स्त्री शूद्र और मूर्ख को देना। प्रभुपाद जब आया, उनके तकरीबन 400 साढ़े 400 साल बाद आया, उन्होंने मन में टारगेट किया कि ठीक है, दीन दरिद्र सब कृष्ण नाम करेंगे, लेकिन समाज के उच्च स्थान में उच्च आसन में बैठे हुए कुलीन, धनी और पंडित, ये तीनों को यदि नहीं खींचा जाए, ये तीनों को यदि हरि भक्ति में नहीं लगाया जाए, तो समाज का उन्नति नहीं हो सकता है। तो उन्होंने क्या किया? स्थान स्थान में मठ स्थापन किया, प्रैक्टिकल रूम। कृष्ण भक्ति करना है, लोकल मठ है, वहां पर जाओ, साधु का दर्शन करो, प्रणाम करो, भगवान जी का मूर्ति है वहां प्रणाम करो, हाथ से झाड़ू लगाओ, सब्जी काटो, माला बनाओ, हरि सेवा में लगाकर सबको एकदम नवदा भक्ति भागवत में जो वर्णन है, नवदा भक्ति का एकदम प्रैक्टिकल करके वो करा के दुनिया को उद्धार कर दिया। एक समय उनके पास इतना युवक आ गया, इतना टैलेंटेड युवक आया, तकरीबन 20 जो सन्यासी का नाम अभी महाराज जी बोल रहे थे, उन्होंने 20 सन्यासी को तैयार किया, तकरीबन 50 ब्रह्मचारी को तैयार किया। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस उस समय थे कलकत्ता का मेयर, उन्होंने देखा कि इनका बहुत प्रभाव है, एक दिन मिलने के लिए आए, बोला कि आप तो युवा समाज को बहुत आकृष्ट कर लिया। उसके आगे जाकर जो स्वाधीनता संग्राम शुरू करने का इच्छा किया कि ब्लड दो, हम स्वाधीनता देंगे। प्रभुपाद बोलते हैं कि ब्रह्मचारी सन्यासी तुम लोग सुनो, गैलन गैलन खून तुमको देना पड़ेगा। इस संसार में जो दुखी जीव है उसको भगवान के लोक में, वैकुंठ लोक में ले जाने के लिए तुम लोग को गैलन गैलन रक्त देना पड़ेगा। यह है प्रभुपाद जी का स्वाधीनता। प्रभुपाद जी चैतन्य महाप्रभु बोले, भागवत में वर्णन है, श्रीमद् भागवत में, कलौ तदहरि कीर्तनात्। चैतन्य महाप्रभु बोले, हर से प्रभु कहे सुन स्वरूप राम राय, नाम संकीर्तन कलौ परम उपाय। एकमात्र उपाय है कलियुग में हरि नाम संकीर्तन। इस वाणी को दार दार पर, ग्राम शहर तक, देश विदेश तक पहुंचाने का जो बेड़ा उठाया था, जो पहुंचाने का श्रेय जिनको पास जाता है, वो हमारा आज भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती प्रभुपाद है। और उनका एक ही नारा था, समाज में राजनीति नेताओं में नारा होता है, प्रभुपाद जी एक नारा लगा दिया, इतना बुद्धिमान थे कि तुम लोग का नारा है बैक टू गॉड बैक टू होम, बैक टू गॉड बैक टू होम। इस संसार में दुख का संसार है, कीचड़ इसमें भरा हुआ है, मलिनता है, अंतर्द्वंद है, कलह है, संशय है। कृष्ण नाम करो, हृदय को साफ करो, आगे बढ़ते चलो। मेरा ठीक समय हो रहा है, मैं समझ में मेरा सामने खड़े हो गए महाराज जी। मैं दो एक बात जरूर बोलूंगा। राजमिस्त्री क्या करते हैं? ईटा को सीमेंट बाली से जोड़ते हैं, गृह निर्माण करते हैं। सृष्टिकर्ता भगवान इस भौतिक शरीर को बनाता है, आत्मा से जोड़कर संपूर्ण मानव सृष्टि कर देता है। हमारा प्रभुपाद जी एक मानव को पकड़कर, कृष्ण नाम सुनाकर, कृष्ण के साथ जोड़ दिया, कृष्ण संबंध जाइने, और वो कृष्ण भक्त बना दिया, इतना सारे कृष्ण भक्त बना दिया। एक समय प्रभुपाद जी कहते हैं, सन्यासी ब्रह्मचारी गृह भक्त तुम तिलक लगाया, चटी रखा, हाथ में हरिनाम झोला पकड़ा, लेकिन तुम लोग का एक काम जरूर है, इस संसार के प्रत्येक घर के दार दार पर जाके एक बार नक करना, एक बार आघात करना। वो लोग यदि पूछता है कि शांति और सुख कहां पर है, तो वो लोग को बोलना कि विशुद्ध कृष्ण भजन जो चैतन्य महाप्रभु ले आया, उसी से तुम्हारा वास्तव शांति, नित्य शांति प्राप्त हो सकता है।
हरि बोल, हरि बोल।
और मैं अभी अपना
हरि बोल।
भाषण को समाप्त करने से पहले निश्चित रूप से ये बात कहूंगा, उनके पिता भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर ने नाम हट्टो खुले थे, उन्होंने उस नाम हट्टो को गौड़ीय मठ बना दिया। आज वो हाट इंडिया के अंदर नहीं है, इंडिया के बाहर देशों देशों तक वो हाट बीज गया। हम लास्ट में एक बात आज जरूर कहेंगे, हम इतना सक्षम नहीं है, हम फाइनेंशियली वीक है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी के इच्छा से भारत के सांस्कृतिक विभाग जिस तरह से हमें हेल्प किया, कभी भूलने वाला बंचा।
पूज्यपाद तिदंडी स्वामी श्री श्रीमद भक्ति सुंदर सन्यासी महाराज जी के स्वागत या अभिभाषण के बाद मैं प्रार्थना करना चाहूँगा। श्री अर्जुन रामपाल मेघवाल जी, कानून मंत्री, वे भी आज की जो हमारी कृष्ण भक्त जनता है, इनको कुछ शब्दों से उद्बोधित करें। श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
विश्व में सनातन संस्कृति व श्री कृष्ण भक्ति के प्रसार के माध्यम से भक्ति परंपरा को नई दिशा देने वाले पूज्य श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद जी की 150वीं जन्म जयंती पर उनको कोटि कोटि प्रणाम। हरे कृष्ण। इस भव्य आयोजन की सभी भक्तजनों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। इस अवसर पर मंच पर उपस्थित विश्व के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता, विकसित भारत के संकल्प को सिद्धि में परिणत करने हेतु पूर्ण मनोयोग से लगे भारतीय सांस्कृतिक पुनरुत्थान के कुशल शिल्पीकार व युग नायक, भारत के यशस्वी व तपस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, गौड़िया मिशन के अध्यक्ष पूज्य श्री भक्ति सुंदर सन्यासी जी, भजन कुटीर वृंदावन के आचार्य पूज्य श्री भक्ति गोपानंदा बोन महाराज जी, केंद्रीय संस्कृति एवं विदेश राज्य मंत्री श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी जी तथा उपस्थित संतजन, भक्तजन, नारी शक्ति, युवा शक्ति, मीडिया बंधु, डिजिटल माध्यम से जुड़े हुए विश्व के समस्त श्रद्धालुगण व श्रोतागण, आज गौड़िया मिशन के संस्थापक श्रील प्रभुपाद जी के 150वीं जन्म जयंती के अवसर पर वर्ष भर होने वाले कार्यक्रमों की इस श्रृंखला के शुभारंभ के अवसर पर आप सभी के मध्य सहभागिता करना गर्व व हर्ष की अनुभूति वाला क्षण है। भारत के गौरवशाली इतिहास को देखा जाए तो हम अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली पाते हैं कि जब जब अनैतिकता ने मानवता को पराभूत करने का प्रयास किया, तब तब इस पवित्र भूमि पर अनेकों संत महात्माओं ने अवतरित होकर शाश्वत मूल्यों द्वारा मानव मात्र को एक नई दिशा दिखाई। आज का ये कार्यक्रम श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद के जीवन मूल्यों से प्रेरणा लेकर मानवता की विकास यात्रा को दिशा देने का सुअवसर है। आज से 150 वर्ष पूर्व 6 फरवरी 1874 को जन्मे आचार्य श्री प्रभुपाद ने चैतन्य महाप्रभु द्वारा दिखाए गए भजन कीर्तन भक्ति मार्ग पर चलते हुए गौड़िया मिशन के द्वारा वैष्णव संप्रदाय के मौलिक सिद्धांतों को संरक्षित करके भारतीय नहीं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रसारित करने का कार्य किया। आज यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रयासों से देश का सांस्कृतिक गौरव फिर लौट रहा है तथा भारत के सांस्कृतिक एवं आध्यात्मिक मूल्यों की प्रगाढ़ता पूरे विश्व का मार्गदर्शन कर रही है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस को यूनाइटेड नेशन में स्वीकृति दिलवाकर योग पद्धति का वैश्विक प्रचार प्रसार हो, विदेशों से चोरी की गई प्राचीन मूर्तियों की वापसी हो, काशी विश्वनाथ भव्य बना हो, उज्जैन में महाकाल लोक कॉरिडोर का निर्माण हुआ हो, करतारपुर साहिब कॉरिडोर बना हो, सोमनाथ मंदिर पुनर्निर्माण, 4 धामों केदारनाथ, बद्रीनाथ, गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री से जोड़ने वाली सड़क परियोजना हो, श्री गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी के 350वां प्रकाश पर्व हो, श्री गुरु नानक देव जी का 550वां प्रकाश पर्व हो, गुरु तेग बहादुर जी का 400वां प्रकाश पर्व हो, स्वामी दयानंद सरस्वती जी की 200वीं जयंती हो, भारत की आध्यात्मिक विरासत को समृद्ध करने वाले ऐसे असंख्य कार्यक्रमों से लेकर हाल ही में अयोध्या में श्री राम लला का भव्य मंदिर तथा प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो, आज पूरा विश्व भारत की सांस्कृतिक पुनरुत्थान का साक्षी बन रहा है। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि बारिश आती है तो प्रकृति खुश होती है और जब संत आते हैं तो संस्कृति खुश होती है। श्रील प्रभुपाद ऐसे ही संत थे जिन्हें पाकर भारत भूमि अपने आप को धन्य महसूस करती है। मैं इस अवसर पर अंत में बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, तरवर सरवर संत जन चौथा वर्षण में परमार्थ रे कारणे चारों धारी दे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हरे कृष्ण।
श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी के सुंदर विचार के बाद मैं आप सभी से प्रार्थना करूंगा। हमारे पूज्य सन्यासी महाराज जी के उत्साही भक्तों ने प्रभुपाद जी की महिमा पर एक शॉर्ट फिल्म बनाई है, आप सभी उसका अवलोकन करें, सभी श्रद्धालु जन।
चैतन्य महाप्रभु भक्त थे, जहां कोई विभक्त को स्थान नहीं था, वे कृष्ण में डूबे हुए थे, कृष्ण उनमें समाहित हो चुका था। और तब जाकर के ये भक्ति आंदोलन खड़ा होता है। और इसलिए गौड़िया संगठन, गौड़िया मिशन को शताब्दी का पर्व एक प्रकार से सामाजिक सुधार के आंदोलन की शताब्दी।
6 फरवरी 1874 में श्रील प्रभुपाद का जन्म श्रील भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर के पुत्र के रूप में हुआ। बाल्यकाल में उनका नाम बिमला प्रसाद था। अपने पिता से गोस्वामी शास्त्र का गहन अध्ययन किया। कॉलेज में खगोल विज्ञान तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इतिहास एवं दर्शन की शिक्षा प्राप्त की। मार्च 1918 में श्रील प्रभुपाद ने चंद्रशेखर आचार्य ब्रजपत्तन के निवास पर वैष्णव अनुष्ठानों के साथ संन्यास लिया एवं चैतन्य मठ की स्थापना की। सन 1930 में गौड़िया मिशन के मुख्य कार्यालय को श्री गौड़िया मठ बाग बाजार कोलकाता में स्थानांतरित किया गया। फिर संपूर्ण भारत व विदेशों में कुल 64 शाखाएं स्थापित की गईं। गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद ने 5 प्रांतीय भाषाओं में 6 पत्रिकाओं सहित 100 से अधिक पुस्तकों का संपादन और प्रकाशन किया। अगस्त 1923 में गौड़िया पत्रिका प्रकाशन हेतु गौड़िया प्रिंटिंग वर्क्स प्रारंभ की। उन्होंने सन 1929 में नवद्वीप धाम परिक्रमा की एवं सन 1932 में विशाल जनमंडली के साथ 84 कोस परिक्रमा की, जो ब्रजधाम के 12 वनों के 162 मील के क्षेत्र में 1 महीने तक जारी रही। उन्होंने शिक्षा में क्रांति हेतु भारत के विभिन्न स्थानों कुरुक्षेत्र, मायापुर, कलकत्ता, ढाका, पटना, बनारस, इलाहाबाद आदि स्थानों पर विराट आध्यात्मिक प्रदर्शनियां आयोजित की, जिनमें लाखों भक्त आकर्षित होते थे।
प्रभुपाद जी का इस महोत्सव में भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी जी साक्षात रूप से उपस्थित होंगे और इस उत्सव का गरिमा को बढ़ाएंगे।
भारत सरकार के विशेष प्रयास से श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद के 150वें जन्मोत्सव को स्मरणोत्सव वर्ष 2024-2025 के रूप में मनाया जा रहा है। भारत सरकार के प्रयासों से ही भारत के महान दार्शनिक, महापुरुष एवं संत श्रील प्रभुपाद को संपूर्ण विश्व में यथा योग्य सम्मान प्राप्त हुआ है। भारत सरकार के हार्दिक प्रयास से श्रील प्रभुपाद के इस स्मरणोत्सव के द्वारा संपूर्ण विश्व में भारतीय सनातन संस्कृति के शांति, प्रेम एवं श्री कृष्ण भावनामृत के संदेश का प्रचार प्रसार होगा। इस महोत्सव के द्वारा भारतीय विशुद्ध वैदिक सिद्धांत का प्रचार करने वाले एवं विश्व के हरे कृष्ण आंदोलन के अग्रदूत श्रील प्रभुपाद के प्रति संपूर्ण विश्ववासियों को उनके प्रति श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करने का सुअवसर प्राप्त होगा। इनके संदेश अनंत काल तक संपूर्ण विश्व का मार्गदर्शन करते रहेंगे, ऐसी आशा करते हैं।
जगतगुरु श्री प्रभुपाद की प्रभुपाद जी की महिमा से संबंधित इस शॉर्ट फिल्म की बात मैं प्रार्थना करना चाहूंगा पूज्य दंडी स्वामी श्री श्रीमद भक्ति सुंदर सन्यासी महाराज से कि वे प्रभुपाद जी की महिमा से रिलेटेड जो सोवेनियर है, स्मारिका, वे हमारी आज के सभा के जो मुख्य अतिथि हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भेंट करेंगे। पूज्यपाद सन्यासी महाराज जी। साथ ही मैं प्रार्थना करना चाहूँगा संस्कृति एवं विदेश राज्य मंत्री श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी जी को कि वे आज प्रभुपाद जी के 150वें वार्षिक जन्मोत्सव पर जो डाक टिकट के विमोचन के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के श्री हस्तों पर अर्पण करें। साथ ही प्रभुपाद जी के 150वें जन्मोत्सव के उपलक्ष्य में प्रार्थना करना चाहूँगा श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी जी को कि जो सुंदर स्मारक सिक्का बना है प्रभुपाद जी की, इसमें हमारे जन समर्पित करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के श्री हस्तों में भेंट करें। माननीय श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी जी। हमारे देश की बागडोर बहुत अच्छे हाथों में है और सिर्फ हमारे सनातन धर्म को मानने वाले ही उनसे प्रभावित नहीं है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ इस्लामिक एसोसिएशन भी उन्हें उनके इस कार्य के लिए बहुत बार सम्मानित कर चुकी है। धार्मिक कार्यों के अलावा कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक हाईवेज, वंदे मातरम जैसी फास्ट ट्रेन, गरीबों के लिए मकान, घर घर में शौचालय, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान। देखो, पहले हम कार में बस में बैठते मूंगफली या संतरे खाते थे, छिल के बाहर फेंक देते थे। आज कोई नहीं फेंकता, मंत्री जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस भावना से। देश में बहुत से एयरपोर्ट्स उज्ज्वला योजना के अंतर्गत घर घर में कैश कनेक्शन, समाज का जो सबसे निचले पायदान पर खड़े उपेक्षित वंचित लोग, उनको भी ऊपर उठाने के लिए जो हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कार्य कर रहे हैं, उनसे मैं प्रार्थना करना चाहूँगा, हमारी जो गौड़ीय भक्त जनता, कृष्ण भक्त जनता यहाँ पर उपस्थित है, उन्हें अपने हृदय के उद्गार व्यक्त करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय।
इस पवित्र आयोजन में उपस्थित सभी पूज्य संतगण, आचार्य गौड़ीय मिशन के श्रद्धेय भक्ति सुंदर सन्यासी जी, कैबिनेट में मेरे सहयोगी अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, देश और दुनिया से जुड़े सभी कृष्ण भक्त, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण। आज आप सबके यहां पधारने से भारत मंडपम की भव्यता और बढ़ गई है। इस भवन का विचार भगवान बसवेश्वर के अनुभव मंडप से जुड़ा हुआ है। अनुभव मंडपम प्राचीन भारत में आध्यात्मिक विमर्शों का केंद्र था। अनुभव मंडपम जन कल्याण की भावनाओं और संकल्पों का ऊर्जा केंद्र था। आज श्री भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी प्रभुपाद जी की 150वीं जयंती के अवसर पर भारत मंडपम में वैसी ही ऊर्जा दिखाई दे रही है। हमारी सोच भी थी कि ये भवन भारत के आधुनिक सामर्थ्य और प्राचीन मूल्यों दोनों का केंद्र बनना चाहिए। अभी कुछ महीने पहले G20 समिट के जरिए यहां से नए भारत के सामर्थ्य के दर्शन हुए थे और आज इसे वर्ल्ड वैष्णव कन्वेंशन को आयोजित करने इसका इतना पवित्र सौभाग्य मिल रहा है। और यही तो नए भारत की तस्वीर है। जहां विकास भी और विरासत भी दोनों का संगम है। जहां आधुनिकता का स्वागत भी है और अपनी पहचान पर गर्व भी है। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि इस पुण्य आयोजन में आप सब संतों के बीच यहां उपस्थित हो। और मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि आप में से बहुत कई संतों के साथ मेरा निकट संपर्क रहा है। मुझे अनेक बार आप सबका सानिध्य मिला है। मैं कृष्णम वंदे जगद्गुरुम की भावना से भगवान के श्री चरणों में प्रणाम करता हूं। मैं श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत प्रभुपाद जी को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करते हुए उन्हें आदरांजलि देता हूं, श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मैं प्रभुपाद के सभी के अनुयायियों को उनकी 150वीं जन्म जयंती की हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आज इस अवसर पर मुझे श्रील प्रभुपाद जी की स्मृति में पोस्टल स्टैंप और स्मारक सिक्का जारी करने का सौभाग्य भी मिला और मैं इसके लिए भी आप सभी को बधाई देता हूं। पूज्य संतगण, प्रभुपाद गोस्वामी जी की 150वीं जयंती हम ऐसे समय मना रहे हैं जब कुछ ही दिन पहले भव्य राम मंदिर का सैकड़ों साल पुराना सपना पूरा हुआ है। आज आपके चेहरों पर जो उल्लास, जो उत्साह दिखाई दे रहा है, मुझे विश्वास है इसमें रामलला के विराजमान होने की खुशी भी शामिल है। इतना बड़ा महायज्ञ संतों की साधना से, उनके आशीर्वाद से ही पूरा हुआ है। साथियों, आज हम सब अपने जीवन में ईश्वर के प्रेम को कृष्ण लीलाओं को और भक्ति के तत्व को इतनी सहजता से समझते हैं। इस युग में इसके पीछे चैतन्य महाप्रभु की कृपा की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। चैतन्य महाप्रभु कृष्ण प्रेम के प्रतिमान थे। उन्होंने आध्यात्म और साधना को जन साधारण के लिए सुलभ बना दिया, सरल बना दिया। उन्होंने हमें बताया कि ईश्वर की प्राप्ति केवल संन्यास से ही नहीं, उल्लास से भी हो की जा सकती है। और मैं अपना अनुभव बताता हूं। मैं इस परंपराओं में पला बढ़ा इंसान हूं। मेरे जीवन के जो अलग अलग पड़ाव है, उसमें एक पड़ाव कुछ और ही था। मैं उस माहौल में बैठता था, बीच में रहता था, भजन कीर्तन चलते थे, मैं अपने कोने में बैठा रहता था, सुनता था, मन भर के, जी भर करके उस पल को जीता था, लेकिन जुड़ता नहीं था, बैठा रहता था। पता नहीं, एक बार मेरे मन को काफी विचार चले। मैंने सोचा ये दूरी किस चीज की है, वो क्या है जो मुझे रोक रहा है। जीता तो हूं, जुड़ता नहीं हूं। और उसके बाद जब मैं भजन कीर्तन में बैठने लगा तो खुद भी ताली बजाना, जुड़ जाना, और मैं देखता चला गया कि मैं उसमें रम गया था। मैंने चैतन्य प्रभु की इस परंपरा में जो सामर्थ्य है, उसका साक्षात्कार किया हुआ है। और अभी जब आप कर रहे थे और मैं ताली बजाना शुरू हो गया, तो वहां लोगों को लग रहा है पर पीएम ताली बजा रहा है। पीएम ताली नहीं बजा रहा था, प्रभु भक्त ताली बजा रहा है। चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने हमें वो दिखाया कि श्री कृष्ण की लीलाओं को, उनके जीवन को उत्सव के रूप में अपने जीवन में उतारकर कैसे सुखी हुआ जा सकता है, कैसे संकीर्तन, भजन, गीत और नृत्य से आध्यात्म के शीर्ष पर पहुंचा जा सकता है। आज कितने ही साधक ये प्रत्यक्ष अनुभव कर रहे हैं, और जिसका अनुभव को आनंद होता है, मुझे उसका साक्षात्कार हुआ है। चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने हमें श्री कृष्ण की लीलाओं का लालित्य भी समझाया और जीवन के लक्ष्य को जानने के लिए उसका महत्व भी हमें बताया। इसलिए भक्तों में आज जैसी आस्था भागवत जैसे ग्रंथों के प्रति है, वैसा ही प्रेम चैतन्य चरितामृत और भक्तमाल के लिए भी है। साथियों, चैतन्य महाप्रभु जैसी दैवीय विभूतियां समय के अनुसार किसी न किसी रूप से अपने कार्यों को आगे बढ़ाती रहती है। श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत प्रभुपाद उन्हीं के संकल्पों की प्रतिमूर्ति थे। साधना से सिद्धि तक कैसे पहुंचा जाता है, अर्थ से परमार्थ तक की यात्रा कैसे होती है, श्री शील भक्ति सिद्धांत जी के जीवन में हमें पग पग पर ये देखने को मिलता है। 10 साल से कम उम्र में प्रभुपाद जी ने पूरी गीता कंठस्थ कर ली। किशोरावस्था में जिन्होंने आधुनिक शिक्षा के साथ साथ संस्कृत, व्याकरण, वेद, वेदांगों में विद्वता हासिल कर ली। उन्होंने ज्योतिष गणित में सूर्य सिद्धांत जैसे ग्रंथों की व्याख्या की। सिद्धांत सरस्वती की उपाधि हासिल की। 24 वर्ष की उम्र में उन्होंने संस्कृत स्कूल भी खोल दिया। अपने जीवन में स्वामी जी ने 100 से अधिक किताबें लिखी, सैकड़ों लेख लिखे, लाखों लोगों को दिशा दिखाई। यानी एक प्रकार से ज्ञान मार्ग और भक्ति मार्ग दोनों का संतुलन जीवन व्यवस्था से जोड़ दिया। वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए, पीर पढ़ाई जाने रे। इस भजन से गांधी जी जिस वैष्णव भाव का गान करते थे, श्री प्रभुपाद स्वामी ने उस भाव को, अहिंसा और प्रेम के उस मानवीय संकल्प को देश विदेश में पहुंचाने का काम किया। साथियों, मेरा जन्म तो गुजरात में हुआ है। गुजरात की पहचान ही है कि वैष्णव भाव कहीं भी जगे गुजरात उससे जरूर जुड़ जाता है। खुद भगवान कृष्ण मथुरा में अवतरित होते हैं, लेकिन अपनी लीलाओं का विस्तार देने के लिए वो द्वारिका आते हैं। मीराबाई जैसी महान कृष्ण भक्त राजस्थान में जन्म लेती हैं, लेकिन श्री कृष्ण से एकाकार होने वो गुजरात चली आती है। ऐसे कितने ही वैष्णव संत हैं जिनका गुजरात की धरती से, द्वारिका से विशेष नाता रहा है। गुजरात के संत कवि नरसिंह मेहता, उनकी भी जन्मभूमि है। इसलिए श्री कृष्ण से संबंध, चैतन्य महाप्रभु की परंपरा, ये मेरे लिए जीवन का सहज स्वाभाविक हिस्सा है। साथियों, में 2016 में गौड़ीय मठ के शताब्दी समारोह में आप सबके बीच आया था। उस समय मैंने आपके बीच भारत की आध्यात्मिक चेतना पर विस्तार से बात की थी। कोई समाज जब अपनी जड़ों से दूर जाता है तो वो सबसे पहले अपने सामर्थ्य को भूल जाता है। इसका सबसे बड़ा प्रभाव ये होता है जो हमारी खूबी होती है, जो हमारी ताकत होती है, हम उसे ही लेकर हीन भावना का शिकार हो जाते हैं। भारत की परंपरा में, हमारे जीवन में भक्ति जैसा महत्वपूर्ण दर्शन भी इससे अछूता नहीं रहा। यहां बैठे युवा साथी मेरी बात से कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे। जब भक्ति की बात आती है तो कुछ लोग सोचते हैं कि भक्ति, तर्क और आधुनिकता ये विरोधाभासी बातें हैं, लेकिन असल में ईश्वर की भक्ति हमारे ऋषियों का दिया हुआ महान दर्शन है। भक्ति हताशा नहीं, आशा और आत्मविश्वास है। भय भक्ति नहीं, उत्साह है, उमंग है। राग और वैराग्य के बीच में जीवन में चैतन्य का भाव भरने का सामर्थ्य होता है भक्ति में। भक्ति वो है जिसे युद्ध के मैदान में खड़े श्री कृष्ण के गीता के 12वें अध्याय में महान योग बताते हैं, जिसकी ताकत से निराश हो चुके अर्जुन अन्याय के खिलाफ अपना गांडी उठा लेते हैं। इसलिए भक्ति पराभव नहीं, प्रभाव का संकल्प है। लेकिन साथियों, ये विजय हमें दूसरों पर नहीं, ये विजय हमें अपने ऊपर हासिल करनी है। हमें युद्ध भी अपने लिए नहीं, बल्कि धर्म क्षेत्र कुरुक्षेत्र की भावना से मानवता के लिए लड़ना है। और यही भावना हमारी संस्कृति में, हमारी रगों में रची बसी हुई है। इसलिए भारत कभी सीमाओं के विस्तार के लिए दूसरे देशों पर हमला करने नहीं गया। जो लोग इतने महान दर्शन से अपरिचित थे, जो उसे समझे नहीं, उनके वैचारिक हमलों ने कहीं न कहीं हमारे मानस को भी प्रभावित किया। लेकिन हम श्रील प्रभुपाद जैसे संतों के ऋणी हैं, जिन्होंने करोड़ों लोगों को पुनः सच के दर्शन कराए, उन्हें भक्ति की गौरव भावना से भर दिया। आज आजादी के अमृत काल में गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति का संकल्प लेकर देश संतों के उस संकल्प को आगे बढ़ा रहा है। साथियों, यहां भक्ति मार्ग के इतने विद्वान संतगण बैठे हैं। आप सभी भक्ति मार्ग से भली भांति परिचित है। हमारे भक्ति मार्गी संतों का योगदान आजादी के आंदोलन में भक्ति आंदोलन की भूमिका अमूल्य रही है। भारत के हर चुनौतीपूर्ण कालखंड में कोई न कोई महान संत, आचार्य, ऋषि, मुनि किसी न किसी रूप में राष्ट्र को दिशा देने के लिए सामने आए हैं। आप देखिए, मध्यकाल के मुश्किल दौर में जब हार भारत को हताशा दे रही थी, तब भक्ति आंदोलन के संतों ने हमें हारे को हरि नाम, हारे को हरि नाम मंत्र दिया। इन संतों ने हमें सिखाया कि समर्पण केवल परम सत्ता के सामने करना है। सदियों की लूट से देश गरीबी की गहरी खाई में था। तब संतों ने हमें त्याग और तितिक्षा और जीवन जीकर अपने मूल्यों की रक्षा करना सिखाया। हमें फिर से ये आत्मविश्वास से भंगुआ कि जब सत्य की रक्षा के लिए अपना सब कुछ बलिदान किया जाता है तो असत्य का अंत होकर ही रहता है। सत्य की ही विजय होती है, सत्यमेव जयते। इसलिए आजादी के आंदोलन को भी स्वामी विवेकानंद और श्रील स्वामी प्रभुपाद जैसे संतों ने असीम ऊर्जा से भर दिया था। प्रभुपाद स्वामी के पास नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस और महामना मालवीय जैसी हस्तियां उनके आध्यात्मिक मार्गदर्शन लेने आती थी। साथियों, बलिदान देकर भी अमर होने रहने का यह आत्मविश्वास हमें भक्ति योग से मिलता है। इसलिए हमारे ऋषियों ने कहा है, अमृत स्वरूपाच, अर्थात वह भक्ति अमृत स्वरूपा है। आज इसी आत्मविश्वास के साथ करोड़ों देशवासी राष्ट्रभक्ति की ऊर्जा लेकर अमृत काल के में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं। इस अमृत काल में हमने अपने भारत को विकसित बनाने का संकल्प लिया है। हम राष्ट्र को देव मानकर देव से देश का विजन लेकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमने अपनी ताकत, अपनी विविधता को बनाया है। देश के कोने कोने के सामर्थ्य है, यही हमारी ऊर्जा, हमारी ताकत, हमारी चेतना है। साथियों, यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आप सब लोग एकत्रित हैं। कोई किसी राज्य से है, कोई किसी इलाके से है। भाषा, बोली, रहन सहन भी अलग अलग है, लेकिन एक साझा चिंतन सबको कितनी सहजता से जोड़ता है। भगवान श्री कृष्ण हमें सिखाते हैं, अहम आत्मा गुणा के सर्वभूताशय स्थित, अर्थात सभी प्राणियों के भीतर उनकी आत्मा के रूप में एक ही ईश्वर रहते हैं। यही विश्वास भारत के अंतर मन में नर से नारायण और जीव से शिव की अवधारणा के रूप में रचा बसा है। इसलिए अनेकता में एकता का भारत का मंत्र इतना सहज है, इतना व्यापक है कि उसमें विभाजन की गुंजाइश ही नहीं है। हम एक बार हरे कृष्ण बोलते हैं और एक दूसरे के दिलों से जुड़ जाते हैं। इसलिए दुनिया के लिए राष्ट्र एक राजनीतिक अवधारणा हो सकती है, लेकिन भारत के लिए तो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत ये आध्यात्मिक आस्था है। हमारे सामने खुद श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत गोस्वामी का जीवन भी एक उदाहरण है। प्रभुपाद जी पुरी में जन्मे, उन्होंने दक्षिण के रामानुजाचार्य जी की परंपरा में दीक्षा ली और चैतन्य महाप्रभु की परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाया और अपनी इस आध्यात्मिक यात्रा का केंद्र बनाया बंगाल में स्थापित अपने मठ को। बंगाल की धरती में बात ही कुछ ऐसी है कि वहां से आध्यात्म और बौद्धिकता निरंतर ऊर्जा पाती है। ये बंगाल की ही धरती है जिसने हमें रामकृष्ण परमहंस जैसे संत दिए, स्वामी विवेकानंद जैसे राष्ट्र ऋषि दिए। इस धरती ने श्री अरविंद और श्री गुरुदेव रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जैसे महापुरुष भी दिए, जिन्होंने संत भाव से राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन को आगे बढ़ाया। यही से राजा राम मोहन राय जैसे समाज सुधारक भी मिले। बंगाल चैतन्य महाप्रभु और प्रभुपाद जैसे उनके अनुयायियों की तो कर्मभूमि रही है। उनके प्रभाव से आज प्रेम और भक्ति की एक वैश्विक मूवमेंट बन गए हैं। साथियों, आज भारत की गति प्रगति की हर तरफ चर्चा हो रही है। आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में, हाईटेक सेवाओं में भारत विकसित देशों की बराबरी कर रहा है। कितनी ही फील्ड्स में हम बड़े बड़े देशों से आगे भी निकल रहे हैं। हमें लीडरशिप के रोल में देखा जा रहा है। लेकिन साथ ही आज भारत का योग भी पूरी दुनिया में घर घर पहुंच रहा है। हमारे आयुर्वेद और नेचुरोपैथी की तरफ विश्व का विश्वास और बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। तमाम देशों के प्रेसिडेंट और प्राइम मिनिस्टर आते हैं, डेलीगेट्स आते हैं, तो वो हमारे प्राचीन मंदिरों को देखने जाते हैं। इतनी जल्दी ये बदलाव आया कैसे? ये बदलाव आया कैसे? ये बदलाव आया है युवा ऊर्जा से। आज भारत का युवा बोध और शोध दोनों के साथ में लेकर के चलता है। हमारी नई पीढ़ी अब अपनी संस्कृति को पूरे गर्व से अपने माथे पर धारण करती है। आज का युवा स्पिरिचुअलिटी और स्टार्टअप्स दोनों की अहमियत समझता है, दोनों की काबिलियत रखता है। इसलिए हम देख रहे हैं, आज काशी हो या अयोध्या, तीर्थ स्थलों में जाने वालों में बहुत बड़ी संख्या हमारे युवाओं की होती है। भाइयों और बहनों, जब देश की नई पीढ़ी इतनी जागरूक हो, तो ये स्वाभाविक है कि देश चंद्रयान भी बनाएगा और चंद्रशेखर महादेव का धाम भी सजाएगा। जब नेतृत्व युवा करेगा, तो देश चंद्रमा पर रोवर भी उतारेगा और उस स्थान को शिव शक्ति नाम देकर अपनी परंपरा को पोषित भी करेगा। अब देश में वंदे भारत ट्रेन भी दौड़ेगी और वृंदावन, मथुरा, अयोध्या का कायाकल्प भी होगा। मुझे बताते हुए भी खुशी हो रही है कि हमने नमामि गंगे योजना के तहत बंगाल के मायापुर में सुंदर गंगा घाट का निर्माण भी शुरू किया है। साथियों, विकास और विरासत की ये हमारा कदम ताल 25 वर्षों के अमृत काल में ऐसे ही अनवरत चलने वाला है। संतों के आशीर्वाद से चलने वाला है। संतों के आशीर्वाद से हम विकसित भारत का निर्माण करेंगे और हमारा आध्यात्म पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। इसी कामना के साथ आप सभी को हरे कृष्णा, हरे कृष्णा, हरे कृष्णा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। हमारे यशस्वी तपस्वी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के हृदय स्पर्शी संबोधन के साथ ही आज की सभा यहां पर विश्राम लेती है। मैं आप सभी से प्रार्थना करना चाहूंगा कि जब हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी इस सभागार से प्रस्थान करेंगे,
संकीर्तन,
तो आप खड़े होकर
संकीर्तन
उनका संबोधन करेंगे और कोई भी अपनी जगह से आगे नहीं जाएगा। संकीर्तन चलता रहेगा, अपने अपने स्थान पर सभी लोग खड़े रहेंगे और उनका विदाई का जो दिव्य सभी मोदी जी की प्रसन्नता के लिए बोलिए हरे कृष्णा, पूरी जोर से बोलिए हरे कृष्णा,
कृष्णा।
एक बार
कोई आगे
बोलिए
नहीं
हरे
आए,
कृष्णा।
कोई आगे नहीं आए,
कृष्णा।
कोई आगे नहीं आए, सबसे निवेदन वहीं रहे।
नाचे नंद दुलार ब्रज गोपाल
गेट की तरफ कोई ना जाए।
गोपी किशोर।
सीधा प्रसारण अब भारत मंडपम से देख रहे थे, जहां पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी श्रील प्रभुपाद जी की 150वीं जयंती पर आयोजित कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए और प्रधानमंत्री ने वहां पर एक सिक्का और स्मारक डाक टिकट भी जारी किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि बेहद अनुपम ये समय है, ये
చాలా బాగుంది. ఎంతైందనా?
12 రూపాయలు.
అన్నా 20 రూపాయలు చిల్లర ఉందా?
తప్పకుండా ఉంటుందన్నా. క్యాష్ కాదు, క్యాష్లెస్ డిజిటల్ ఇండియా ద్వారా ప్రతి పేద బలోపేతమవుతున్నారు. ఇది మోదీ గారి హామీ. కలలు అన్నీ వాస్తవాలుగా మారు, అందుకే అంతా మోదీని ఎన్నుకుంటారు.
So we are going to have 7 temples here. In this area, just outside Parkota, there will be separate temples, not together. 7 separate temples will be built. इस पूरे स्ट्रक्चर में आयरन कहीं नहीं इस्तेमाल हुआ है, क्योंकि आयरन की लाइफ जो है वो 94-95 ईयर्स होती है. हम तो 1000 ईयर्स का टेम्पल बना रहे हैं. 3500 labor is working day and night. People of my generation, even your generation, younger generation, and many generations who have gone, they never ever thought that the Ram temple will be a reality. Not a single pie has come from any government agency for the construction of the temple. The first Land Acquisition Act, it was implemented with the advice, aid and advice of ministers and myself. But the beauty of this Prime Minister is, when I went to tell him that please do not issue the third ordinance on this matter, he looked at me. He said, "You are telling me?" Not even once he would use the word, "You guys are responsible." He takes the full responsibility for what happens. His speech on my farewell, I couldn't believe. I was in tears. The cabinet ministers and secretaries to the government who were invited, they couldn't believe. Prime Minister spoke for 45 minutes and he spoke only about me.
Namaste, Jai Hind. You're watching or listening to another edition of the ANI podcast with Smita Prakash. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing with people who you think will benefit from these conversations. My guest today has been entrusted with the task of completing the construction of the Ram Temple in Ayodhya. Mr. Nripendra Mishra is one of the most experienced bureaucrats of our times. He was Principal Secretary in the Prime Minister's office from 2014 to 2019. In the second term of Prime Minister Modi, when Mr. Mishra asked that he be relieved of his duties in the PMO, the Prime Minister accepted his resignation and tweeted, "Nripendra Mishra is among the most outstanding officers who has a great grasp of public policy and administration. When I was new to Delhi in 2014, he taught me a lot and his guidance remains extremely valuable." Unquote. Mr. Mishra couldn't really hang up his boots because he was soon appointed as the chairman of the Executive Council of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, and then as chairman of the Ayodhya Ram Mandir Construction Committee. So let's get chatting with the man himself who's entrusted with this task. He has to complete the construction of the Ram Temple by January 2024. Mr. Mishra, thank you so much for being part of the podcast. I'm delighted that you could find the time and come to the studio here because I know that the deadlines are really sharp with the Pran Pratishtha to happen in January 2024. So I'm guessing that your work is like literally 24/7 to keep an eye on everything. But before I begin to ask you about the timelines and the construction process, one question which, for our overseas viewers and for our young viewers who are not very aware, would I say, of what it means to install a deity, what it means to do a pran pratishtha. It's not just bringing a deity and keeping there. What does the process mean? I know neither you nor I are priests, but you know, a person who's the man in the hot seat, I'd want you to explain a little bit about what the process is.
Actually, you know, it's a good question. And as you said, particularly for those who are not in some manner sort of educated will be a wrong word, but they have not yet, you know, have developed the kind of belief that people who are there and are attached with the temple will have. So now the process is that consecration means that the murti which is being sculpted today at the moment in Ayodhya, and hopefully it will be ready by middle of December, and we are going to have one of the three which is being sculpted there. So that will start its journey of consecration sometime around the second week of January. The journey starts with a dip in Saryu River.
The murti will be taken to the Saryu River.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it could be any date. I am not sure because that is the area which trust looks after. And more particularly, as you said, the priests would be taking care of that. But after the journey and to that place, it is believed that Lord, the child Ram, would like to visit the various temples which existed then in Ayodhya.
Prachin Mandir.
Yeah. So whatever temples are there today in Ayodhya, in the form of a procession, Lord would be, child Ram would be going in some kind of a chariot and stopping at some of the key temples of Ayodhya. And then finally, the deity or the whatever is carved, child Ram, that will enter the premises of the temple area.
So in this, it will enter from the eastern gate. Is that the eastern gate? It's not decided as yet?
Yeah. This is, the eastern gate is this, and the devotees would
enter from there.
And
where will the deity be?
So I am coming to that, to your question. The entrance for the child Ram, the chariot will enter from this portion.
Okay, not from here.
No.
Okay.
And of course, it is not open to public. The whole ceremony is not open to public. It will somewhere take place very early in the morning.
Okay.
And then the deity will be placed in the sanctum sanctorum.
Garbhagriha.
You know, So it's a 3-story structure.
Is that structure complete?
Only the ground floor.
Okay.
What we have promised is that the ground floor, which is here, going like this, along with 5 mandap. These are mandaps.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
5. Along with the 5 mandaps will be ready in January of 2024.
Right. I interrupted you, sir. So it will be taken to the Garbhagriha.
Right. And it enters the Garbhagriha, and what they do is, the belief is that the Pran Pratishtha would enable the Lord to see the devotees, and the devotees would be able to worship the Lord. So for that time, some kind of a band on his eyes that is put.
Huh.
So from the date the entry is there till the date of consecration, that is there, the band.
How interesting.
And it really is opened when the Pran Pratishtha consecration has taken place. And the belief is that from then on, he attains the qualities of a Lord, of a God, or supernatural person.
Okay.
So that is the belief. So transferring from a normal to a exceptional is the process which is consecration prayers and final chanting of mantras, opening of the band, and then he is now exposed to the world and universe. That is the final consecration which will be on 22nd of January 2024.
Right. Two questions that emerge, which I'm sure people who haven't followed it in the news completely would have, is what you said is that the idol is being sculpted right now in Ayodhya, one of the three idols. So then that needs to be explained to some of our viewers who don't know the details, because many would say that isn't Ram Lalla's idol already there, baby Ram's idol already there, so why is it being sculpted? And if there's a new idol which is coming, what happens to the earlier idol?
It is true, the belief is, and this belief is from 1947-49, that Ram Lalla appeared there. That is the belief. So that is the present in a temporary hut meant which is there, the Lord is there. And the prayer of that Lord Ram, child Ram, has been going uninterrupted. You may be surprised to know that since 1947, when the first news flashed in Ayodhya that the Lord has appeared at this place, the prayer, regular prayers of the Lord has never been interrupted. Now, your question that you already have a Lord, then why do you want to have another Lord? It's true. We thought of it. One reason was that people who will come now will have a darshan from a certain distance, which will be minimum about 25 to 30 feet. So in order to meet the eyes of the Lord with the person who is doing the prayer, and in order to see the feet of the Lord, there has to be another creation, another Lord which has to be sculpted. And that is why it was decided that we'll have a standing statue.
Correct. I've seen a Ram Lalla statue. I've been to Ayodhya a couple of times, and I've had the good fortune to see it. So I saw it as a journalist, to see that what is it that made so much news. Can I see the statue? तो बड़ी मुश्किल से पहली बार I went out there to see it, and when I saw Ram Lalla, I was like, इतने छोटे तो दिखाई भी नहीं दे रहे थे, because वो एक केज सा बना हुआ था, तो वो दिखते नहीं है, और वो यूं देखते हैं, and within a few minutes you have to leave, you see, because the security was so high at that point of time, because there was so much threat to that area. और वो वैसे भी जर्नलिस्ट जब आते हैं तो the security forces are suspicious of us. तो छोटा सा, and you can barely see the Lord. बहुत छोटे हैं, the मूर्ति is very little.
At the moment, all those who come hardly get to see. In fact, they only see it on the television screen.
Oh.
Because there is a television. So while moving on, and as you rightly said, the police manages the crowd. So they are moving very fast from there. Perhaps they just see there on the screen.
Correct.
So from that point of view also it was thought. But then your question, what will you do to that present Lord? The Sanctum Sanctorum is going to have a place for standing Ram, child Ram, who is of the age 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
And just in front of that will be the present Lord.
Baby.
Who be.
Huh.
And the distinction is that one is called Achal Murti. Achal means it will never from now on move.
Okay.
So the Pran Pratishtha which is being done, that will be the Achal Murti. It will not move out from the Sanctum Sanctorum.
That's the standing one, ya baby
Standing
wala?
one.
Standing one. वो अच्छा.
And what will come on that day, it will come on 22nd of January. From the present temple, it will move to the Sanctum Sanctorum. That is called Utsav Murti. What is the meaning of Utsav Murti is
Festival.
that there could be occasions when in a festival the trust decides to take the procession of the Lord Ram, like you have in Jagannath Puri.
Jagannath, correct.
So then Utsav Murti will go,
Okay.
but not the
Achal.
Achal Murti. So that is how both the Murtis, they will be there in the Sanctum Sanctorum, and there will be regular prayer and all the other ceremonies of the Lord, both for them separately.
Acha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
they will be prayed, and there will be prayer for the existing, and there will be a prayer for the.
And both the murtis will be in the sanctum sanctorum.
Yes.
Both will be there.
Yes.
तो जब हम आगे जाएंगे, you know, when we bow our head before the murtis, we'll be bowing our head before both the murtis.
Oh yes, oh yes.
And both will be visible
Yes,
clearly.
yes, yes, yes. They will be very clearly visible. Perhaps better visibility to the standing one.
Huh.
But you will be able to see what was there from 1947 onwards, which is supposed to have suddenly come there at the site.
Prakat
and Pragat ho gaye. And the second one is the one which is going to be now installed, and consecration will take place.
Right. Now you said there are 3 murtis. Are these 3 murtis made of different material? Like, is it granite, marble, bronze, brass, gold? What
You
are
see,
the...
that process was a bit technical.
Ji.
The first thing that we were very careful was that the stone which is chosen must have certain minimum chemical qualities. For example, it must not absorb water.
Okay.
It must not react to the carbon which is there in the atmosphere, because all that will affect the durability, the life of the statue. So with all those qualifications, we got the stones first collected. Those stones came from Jaipur. They also came from south, Krishna Shila, granite, you mentioned. And they were all tested by National Institute of Rock Mechanics. It's the Government of India Institute, is specializing only on sort of doing the tests of various stones and determining their strength. It is in Mysore, Karnataka.
Okay.
So all these stones were tested. And after that, 3 stones which were selected, one from Jaipur, which is a marble, and 2 Krishna Shila from 2 places of Karnataka, that has come, and these 3 were given to 3 different sculptors.
Okay.
And they at the moment, they have been working for the last 2 months, and at the moment they are working on that.
Okay.
And they will
It must be
finally
under
deliver.
extreme secrecy.
Oh
so that-
yes, oh yes.
Huh?
No one visits, no one takes photograph, no video, nothing is
Okay.
there, and it is being carved under.
So, why a question would, of course, I can understand that the reason why all this is being done is that we want that those murtis to survive hundreds of years from now. अभी बन रही है पर वो 100, 150, 300 whatever सालों तक चले. You know that there shouldn't be anything which harms those. Why not the ashtadhatus which have lasted for so long? Why not metal?
एक तो हम लोगों ने मेटल का इस्तेमाल ही नहीं किया. आपको
जी
जानकारी होगी कि इस पूरे स्ट्रक्चर में आयरन कहीं नहीं इस्तेमाल हुआ है.
Because?
क्योंकि आयरन की लाइफ जो है वो 94-95 ईयर्स होती है. हम तो 1000 ईयर्स का टेम्पल बना रहे हैं. तो अष्टधातु के बनते हैं. आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा. बहुत से भगवान की मूर्तियां अष्टधातु की हैं. लेकिन यहाँ पे इट वाज थॉट दैट लेट अस concentrate on the stone. The entire structure is also of special stone. So we would focus on the stone and not. It was debated. And finally, after the debate, in the trust, some of the saints, sages who are member of the trust, they expressed in favor of a stone statue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
More from the durability point of view than anything else.
Before I ask the next question, here is a short primer about the specs of the temple, which is under construction now, which is the area and things like that. So please watch this primer. The total area is 2.7 acres. Built up area is 57,000 square feet. The height of the temple, including the peak, is 161 feet. It has 3 floors, with the height of each floor being 20 feet. Sir, अभी आप मुझे अगर explain करें that how many artisans are working in this area. You can explain the plinth and you can explain the various structures. How long have they been working? Because I have been there several times in the past 15 years and I've been seeing जो pillar construction हो रहे थे and you know they were just lying there. जो ईंट आए थे, that also story I had covered. जो हर जगह से लोग लेके आए थे, you know that one
yes
trains
one brick
में
from every village
जिसमें लिखा हुआ था राम. And from so I covered that story. I mean, it's dating me right now. People will know how old I am. But I covered all those stories and I covered that pillars which were lying there. And that entire area was infested with monkeys. They were like, it was scary to go and shoot there also. When I used to take the camera, डर लगता था to shoot because पूरे बंदर ही बंदर थे वहाँ पे.
One of the reasons we haven't provided the solar supply of power is because there are so many monkeys.
Yeah.
That it's a menace throughout Ayodhya and you can do nothing about them. There is a certain feeling about it.
Yes.
So reverence.
Yeah.
So because of that, we avoided
to do
the solar supply of power.
My goodness. Okay. So now, so you know the question about how long the construction has been going on is I guess it's an answer that you can date it back to God knows how many years. But actual construction और कितने लोग यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं, कहाँ से आए ये artisans, craftsmen, scientists, archaeologists, जो भी specific areas के हैं, वो हमें समझा दीजिए.
First, of course, the construction. You know, Prime Minister Mr. Modi, we don't say laid the foundation, but the Shubharam of the construction started by him, and that was 5th of August 2020. So the real construction, the trust was formed in the February of 2020 after the Supreme Court judgment in November 19, and then the trust came into being, and then my existence was recognized as chairman of this construction committee. So all this happened in February, and August Prime Minister came. So the construction started. You asked a very good question, and in fact I'm smiling a little bit more than normal because today I got the news that they have got 3,500 labor. There was a huge shortage of labor which suddenly happened because of the festival season.
Correct.
And that was adversely in some manner slowing down the construction of the temple and the date line which we have to stick to, that is 31st of December 23. So today 3,500 labor is working day and night,
Wow.
which is working on all sites.
Mhm.
They are not all working here. If I get the chance, I'll explain you
Ji, please do.
that
Yeah.
what all is happening. This is the main construction going on today of the ground floor, which we hope to complete by December 2023. That is just 1 month after. They will have the mandapas, the shikhar will not be there because shikhar can only come up when the first and second story is built.
Okay.
So this will not be seen. But there is another structure which is important, and that is the lower plinth. The lower plinth, just below the ground floor, is where the story of Ram will be sculpted in stone.
Okay.
About 100 murals of stone would be fixed there, and that will tell the story of Ram.
Pictorially or written?
No, pictorially.
Pictorially.
Yeah, nothing written. It is being carved out, and the different people, sculptors are already doing that work.
So birth of Ram to everything, Vanvas and
Yes, right
Okay.
up to return to Ayodhya and his coronation. So that is being done here in this. Below that lower plinth, there is a very interesting construction story and engineering challenge. The first thing is foundation. The foundation of the temple. So, after the soil test, it was noted that perhaps maybe few hundred years back, Saryu was passing through this place, almost touching the palace.
तो clay soil हो गया फिर.
So yes, the soil, because of that, was not a very stable soil.
Oh.
So the experts said that the pile foundation would not be suitable because of that.
Okay.
So what we were advised by IIT Chennai, who are one of our advisory members, that please dig 15 meters deep in the entire area, remove the soil, just remove the soil and fill it with the another soil which is called re-engineered soil.
Okay.
This re-engineered soil is the recommendation is a mix, the quality of which is that in about 14 days time, each layer which is being put, that converts itself into a stone-like quality.
अच्छा.
So the foundation itself is, you can take it, is made of stone.
Okay.
On that we have got the raft, which again is about 2.5 meters. On that we have got granite plinth, which again is another 1.5 meters in width. And over that, the laying of the stone, Bansi Paharpur stone, which is the temple. So the temple has come up after the construction of foundation, raft and plinth. And why was it done with such care was because Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee, who are also again our consultants, they were responsible for checking that it should be able to undertake an earthquake which will be 50 times of all records till now. So right from Nepal to Ayodhya, the earthquake intensity was measured till now historically. Then it was simulated in the laboratory, and that strength was provided to this foundation, raft, and over that the stone. That is why we at least would like to believe that what we have done would last for 1,000 years.
Wow.
So this
So
is
one question before you go further. आपने कहा that this soil, ये soil आया कहाँ से? One, which you brought in. दूसरा, if in case there is flooding of the Saryu River, can that affect the temple?
Good question. Soil, of course, you see, a separate soil was filtered, and that was mixed with certain chemical, and also with little bit of cement, a special cement for that was mixed, and that is how that soil was made.
Okay.
And that soil was layer by layer. It was brought. It was then compacted for about 2-3 days. Then a sample was taken. Once the sample was approved that okay, this has a quality, then another layer was put. So in the foundation, such 47 layers have been put.
Okay.
And that makes 15 meters. So that is how it has been, the soil has been put there in the entire area,
In there, okay.
entire area of the temple.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the Saryu River?
Yeah. The issue of the flood was also checked. And the present, again, public sector undertaking, which is a research lab of CSIR, they have now confirmed that this area, also the level of it, the ground level on which it is situated, is completely free of any flood which can come in Ayodhya.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So that is protected.
Okay. Now we come to the question of which you were saying that extra laborers have been brought to complete the work so that it's done, the deadline is met. Where did they come from? Were they like, are they expert carvers? I saw one interview in which you said that many have come from Orissa and from Rajasthan. So where all have they come from?
You see, the entire construction, as I mentioned, we are engaged here in constructing. Then there is another construction which is this called Parkota. This Parkota, the cost of this Parkota is 200 crores more than the cost of the temple.
Oh.
That is the size of the Parkota. In fact, the temple is in about 2.5 acres, but when the Parkota will be constructed, it will become 8.5 acres.
That's like a corridor.
Yeah, that's like a corridor, of which the outer wall will be completely, in some manner, you can say, it protects the temple. No one can enter from anywhere except the eastern gate because of this Parkota. And this inner wall of the Parkota opens towards the temple, and this is open. So the people who will do the parikrama of the temple will be doing the parikrama like this. So this is called Parkota. And then there are constructions such as on a Kuber Tila, which is a very high point, which is not here, you can see, because it is only up to Parkota. The Jatayu is there.
Okay.
A statue of bronze, which is being made now, ready now for installation. It is 15 feet in height and 20 feet in width. And the Jatayu is looking towards the temple. So he is in a kind of a meditation towards Lord and is standing there.
Where is the Jatayu statue being made? In
Yeah.
India?
Oh yes, yes, yes. There is a famous person, a sculptor, his name is Ram Sutar. So they are doing
Okay, the reason is because in Southeast Asia you see so many Jatayu statues and they're so phenomenal. That's why I asked ki kahin wahan se to nahi aa
No,
raha ya
no,
phir-
no, no,
Not
no,
that
no,
there is anything wrong, but I'm just saying that it'd be interesting.
So that is also, there is a Kuber Tila. Then there is a huge building which can accommodate 5,000 devotees at any point of time, which is called Pilgrimage Facilitation Center.
In this thing itself?
Within the premises.
Okay.
Outside Parkota.
Outside, okay.
That is also. So 3,500, I mentioned that only to sort of emphasize that the labor which is engaged, at the moment we are tackling about 5-6 constructions.
Not just this.
Not
okay.
just this, but
Okay.
about 5-6 constructions in the 71-acre area,
Okay.
which will be there.
Okay. So, my original question is, where did the laborers come from?
Yeah.
How were they selected? And who selected them?
Larsen Toubro are our constructing agency. They are the implementing agency.
Okay.
And their work is being monitored by Tata Consultant of Engineers. So they are responsible for selecting. For each thing, artisans are different. For iconography work, what is called, to Hindi, Roop Kam, where the small figures are created on pillars.
Okay.
So that carving is done at the spot here.
Oh.
There are 390 pillars in this temple. Each temple has got about
Each pillar
30.
has.
Yeah. Each pillar has about 30 such statues. So they will be carved, and the people who are expert in that are from Orissa.
Okay.
So they have come from there. In placement of the stone, the labor from Rajasthan has shown better expertise, skill than others.
Placement बोले तो वो ground पे and
No. You see, the most important thing is, since the temple is of stone only, and the stone is, one stone is placed, then another stone,
Oh,
then
you said
third stone, the fourth
no
stone,
iron, huh.
and no iron. Only copper clips are there to ensure that they are properly fixed over each other.
Okay.
But there is no such thing that we have a groove and then we get the stone fixed there in the groove. No. It is the manner in which the stone is being placed one over the other. And that is checked by Central Building Research Institute, that there is no space left between the two stones. That is the work with Rajasthan people can do better.
Okay.
So we got from Rajasthan, some from Saharanpur, etc. So, I mean, different people have come to participate in the construction of the temple, largely, of course, from Western India, Maharashtra, Orissa, Gujarat, Rajasthan.
Okay. You see, आस्था तो सबकी रहेगी मंदिर के लिए, but there are some people who want to say कि मेरे state का कुछ है क्या? Everybody will want that, right? So you said that one of the statues is being done with a stone from Mysore, or so obviously people from Tamil Nadu, which there are so many who come, right? अभी भी आते हैं वहाँ पे. I have seen श्रद्धालु आते हैं, तो वो सोचेंगे, आंध्रा वाले सोचेंगे हमारा कुछ है क्या, नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाले सोचेंगे हमको भी चाहिए, because everybody has आस्था towards Lord Ram. So will there be some element of everything? And then कोई सोचेगा that शबरी का कुछ है क्या, जटायु अगर है तो जटायु का कुछ है, केवट वाले सोचेंगे केवट का कुछ है. सब लोग अपना सोच रहे हैं कि representative है कि
It
नहीं.
should be definitely, in fact, in my conversations, few interviews with Prime Minister, he was very emphatic that every person from every nook and corner of this country, when he enters this temple, he should not see this temple as a Eastern Indian temple or a Northern Indian temple or a Southern temple. He must see this is a temple of the last reference as far as the faith is concerned. He was particular about it. So the first thing is that all those 4 lakh and more bricks which came from about 5 lakh villages all over the country, that has been placed here in the foundation.
Amazing.
All of it has been placed in the foundation along with the engineered soil. And we first obtained the report from IIT Chennai that it will no way compromise with the strength of the foundation, and that has been placed.
Okay.
So that answers your, at least a fraction of your anxiety, that every state in some manner is represented.
Right. Every
There were-
village is represented, if that is how
every
it
village
is.
is represented. Also, there were objectives of social harmony.
Ji.
Because, I mean, I'm sorry, but that is important to tell you. Many people believe that Ram attained the status of Maryada Purushottam only during his Bangaman, when he was exiled, when he went to the jungle for 14 years. That's where he attained the highest ethical lessons for governance and even for the universe. So, obviously, social harmony was one of the objectives. And how is that represented? You just mentioned Nishad. He met Sabrima. He met Ahilya. So many people whom he interacted with, it was not just a meeting. Somewhere in that was a message. Somewhere in that was a message that every person in the society is equal to God, is acceptable to God, is dear to God.
Ji.
So we are going to have 7 temples here. In this area, just outside Parkota, there will be separate temples, not together. 7 separate temples will be built, for starting with Maharshi Balmiki,
Okay.
then Vashisht, then Nishad Maharaj, then Sabri Mata, Ahilya, and like that 7 of such temples are to be built. All taken together, and the ultimate objective is, you see, this is the Eastern Gate.
Ji.
So our aspiration is, and let us say it will be a reality, we will, after this, at some distance here, we will construct, like in South India, you have the welcome gate arch,
Dwar.
which is Dwar, which is there. So that will be built, so that anybody from South who enters immediately identifies that the construction here is what they have in southern India also.
And a Gopuram, I'm guessing.
That is the Gopuram.
Yeah.
That's the word. Gopuram is the right word for
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So that will be constructed here.
Okay. What are the flags in this thing?
They all represent, the flag represents the Suryavanshi flag, because the Lord belonged to that Ichyasu, I'm unable to pronounce correctly, bunch, and that
Mishra ji
is
kaise nahi pronounce kar sakte?
and that is the bunch to which he belonged, and therefore all these flags are of that.
Right. So, what is the role of the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust? Now, the Prime Minister appointed you, I'm guessing, to speed up the process and to be the overarching person in, to coordinate everything. What does this trust do? Are they to see कि धर्मानुसार सब कुछ होना चाहिए and रीति पद्धति, all this should be followed, because usually one expects that. And the funds, are they overseeing the funds? Who does all that?
My existence came from the Supreme Court judgment. The judgment says that there will be a construction committee which will be headed by some person. So that is where I am appointed as chairperson, and in that capacity I am member of the trust. So that is the position ex officio. The trust is an autonomous registered body, and it is headed by a president of the trust, or chairman you want to call it, and there is general secretary, there is a treasurer and other trust members. And it functions like any other autonomous society. And they are responsible for the administration, not during construction, but they will be responsible forever. They are responsible to ensure that the management takes place. They will ensure that the crowd management is proper. They will ensure that the pilgrims have the facility which is required. They will ensure that the funds are properly used for the purpose it is intended. So entire thing, and it will be audited also.
Okay.
So the trust functions in some manner because it's a charitable trust, and it obviously, as the charitable trusts are, they are exempted from tax and all that. So they are responsible for presentation of their annual budget, annual expenditure and audit. Not a single pie has come from any government agency for the construction of the temple.
That
Or
needs to
will not come also.
Okay.
Everything which has come and the collection of fund till now, which is a unique cooperation of the people of India, from almost again every village of India, about 3,500 crore has been collected.
Okay.
And it is there in the accounts of the trust. So, and they are responsible for it.
Small and large sums have come in from...
Mostly it has come from small people. A coupon was given for 100 rupees. About, I am told that more than 1 lakh voluntary workers, they were given the receipt books. They went round the various panchayats. They talked to the people, and those who contributed, they collected money. They then deposited that at the district level, then to the state level, and then to the
And
trust
that's a
accounts.
pan-India program that was done.
Completely, yeah. More than 4 lakh. In fact, one estimate is that more than 5 lakh villages were contacted, or people went there, explained the purpose of the temple, and then said that if you wish to donate anything, you are welcome to
So
do
then
that.
anybody who feels that it's an eastern or northern temple knows now that the brick was also something which came in from different lakhs of, people worked on that. The bricks came from different parts of the country. The money for construction came in from all parts of the country. So it is representative of a pan-India effort that went into building this. Security, sir, could you tell me how secure and what are the arrangements which are being made that it will be absolutely 100% secure? Because everybody knows that, there's a history to it, and a
There is
past and a
threat.
present and
It's
a future.
soft target.
G.
So the security is in two parts. One is the security within the temple or within the building premises. That is entirely that of the trust. The trust will have its own arrangement for ensuring that everything goes as per their plan, their scheme. But the entire security that has been entrusted to government of Uttar Pradesh, and they have formed a special, like SPG here in government of India, which takes care of VIPs. They have formed a special wing within the police system, which will be responsible for the security of certain specified temple. This is one of them.
Okay.
And they have already placed those constables now within the temple premises.
Right. So now let me get to the part about how you were picked and chosen for this task. You hung up your boots in 2019, and you must have thought कि अब मैं gardening करूँगा. वो तो आपके नसीब में नहीं. So then you get this. How did this come? I mean, it has to be a divine intervention. नहीं तो to get this task.
Honestly, I have mentioned at other interviews also. I really never thought that this task will come my way. Because the judgment was also not there. So there was no opening, there was no question. To tell you the truth, people of my generation, even your generation, younger generation, and many generations who have gone, they never ever thought that the Ram temple will be a reality.
I agree.
It was not there.
Correct.
The dream came true only after 2014-15 that there is a possibility of a temple, because it had come up to the Supreme Court level. There were all kinds of efforts for reconciliation that Supreme Court sponsored. It didn't come through. Again, there was disappointment, but then finally unanimous judgment. So when the judgment came, there was a position which was there for the Chairman Construction Committee. I was casually talking to Mr. P.K. Mishra, who is the Principal Secretary now. And I mentioned to him that, Mr. Mishra, you have given me the chairmanship, that is, Prime Minister has given me the chairmanship of the present Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya and Library, which is good enough. But maybe that's not the kind of thing I was expecting. And in my very casual conversation, because in my mind, the thing which was working was some kind of a governorship or something like that, which normally comes to a civil servant.
Yeah.
So I said, well, you can think of the Ayodhya temple. He perhaps mentioned that to the Prime Minister. And then the Prime Minister was, in a way, this was information to him that I would be willing to work. He asked the Home Minister to verify with me, check with me, whether such a job would be acceptable. So I got a call from him that, would you like to take this work? And I said yes. But at the end of the day, I do believe what you said, that it was all divine. It came almost everything in about 10-12 days, the chairmanship of this construction committee. And something which was never thought of, something which had never occurred in my mind, and that came my way. So yes, it is true. It is divine blessings. In fact, I was once talking to Ma Amritanand Mai. You may know.
Yes.
The famous,
the hug person.
The lakhs and millions of people have been hugged and blessed by her.
Gee.
So I mentioned to her that I am doing this. She immediately smiled and said that this is a job. She used the word samarpan karke pura kar sakoge, meaning by just surrender now to the Lord. Then only you can complete this work. If you don't, you cannot complete this work. And the surrender meant that you must now not be unduly perturbed or disturbed by some criticism, by some, let's say, people who come in the way and stop the progress. So just do it with full samarpan. So frankly, that is the message that I am trying to live with.
Submerge yourself in the task.
That's all. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've seen you in various working in various capacities. When you were abroad, when you were in India, as an IAS officer. The skills of an IAS officer is, if you were to just broadly say, is systems and to work in those systems. But this requires you to break systems, create new systems. Your expertise was civilians and ordinary people ke saath politicians and ordinary, right? Those pathways. These are new pathways. So kahan se wo skills aayi hain aapki?
पता नहीं है आई भी हैं कि नहीं, I don't know. But yes, this was totally different. The first challenge was there right in the first month, when I suddenly realized that everybody I was interacting with, people of Ayodhya and the trust and everybody, so they all rightly thought, very rightly thought, they had done the agitation. They had fought for the temple. And now when the job has come for the construction of the temple,
कोई
it should
दिल्ली
go
से
to
आया
them.
है. हाँ, correct.
It
Yes.
should not come to a person like me.
Though you are not really a Delhi wala, you are from UP
Yeah,
also.
I am, but they wanted somebody who is part of them.
Correct. Okay.
And it's understandable.
Yeah.
So there was little bit of adjustment issue. It did take about month or two to define that where you stand and where I stand, and then we got used to. So it's a situation where these strange bedfellows do survive.
Okay.
So,
but then I guess the weight of the thing was that, you know, it was loaded in your favor because the Prime Minister picked you. So everybody knows you're Mr. Modi's man there. So I guess that matters too.
It could be. It could be. I would not say that that is not. The perception is there. Very correct perception, I would say. That they think that this appointment has been done by the Prime Minister. Which is true.
Yeah.
Which is true. There is no doubt about it because
Right.
it mentions in the trust that I'll be there. But the adjustment issues are not just with the people who are of Ayodhya. It was a question of teamwork. Let me tell you, the biggest challenge, and if it becomes successful, it will be not because of me. It will be because of the teamwork which has developed, the culture which has developed. I have to speak to L&T. I have to talk with TCE, Tata Consultants. I have to talk with other architects. I have to talk with various ministries. So it was coordination. I would say the best part of this was that wherever I went, whosoever I met for any cause, with any request, it was forthcoming without any question. I mean, I don't have to give example whether it was railways, whether it was police in Uttar Pradesh for the movement of trucks, or railways for the movement of granite from the southern India, or supplies of different stones from Rajasthan.
From Sri Lanka also, sir.
Sri Lanka, of course.
वहाँ से जो सीता का
Yeah,
thing
they
which is
gave
come.
that a small piece. But
What I mean is, like, it's a collective effort
Yeah.
of so many people. Like, but to coordinate all that, a massive task which was on your shoulders.
I was fortunate. But
Were you scared a little bit, sir? कि अगर ना हो पाए, अगर मैं ना कर पाऊँ थोड़ा?
I think at the moment I'm worried now because of the time frame.
Time frame.
Yeah, I am at the moment definitely concerned that I have to deliver by 31st of December 23 and later by 24.
Right.
There the progress is not all that according to my calculations, so I'm little concerned. So when the work started, I was not so scared. I had faith in God, and I have faith in God. So I thought things will come. And somewhere I think I am only an instrument. I am an instrument for something which God has willed. So there is nothing more as far as my appointment is concerned. Just an instrument, just a medium to see that it is constructed.
So our younger generation, I mean, you brought up that thing that your generation, my generation, usse pehle ke our parents' generation, they won't have envisaged something like this.
Yeah.
That होगा कि नहीं होगा, नहीं मानेंगे, courts नहीं मानेंगी, ये जो धार्मिक संस्थान है वो they won't come on the same page, होगा ही नहीं कभी, and then the politics of it all, one political party, the second political party making fun of the other party कि तुम तो सिर्फ manifesto में लाते हो, होगा कभी नहीं. I've also been part of that where I've questioned leaders कि तुम बोलते क्या हो, करते तो हो नहीं.
Yes,
I mean,
it appeared almost in all election manifestos of the party.
Yeah. So I've also been part of that skeptical gang which thought that it will never get made कि कुछ और ही बना दो उस जमीन पे अगर नहीं बना सकते तो. I even remember, sir, that when I used to do news for Doordarshan in those days, and when the Babri Masjid fell, the very next day I was voicing a story for the news thing, and I was told that to call it जो ढांचा गिर गया था उसी दिन, and this is a Congress government which was in power. I was immediately told कि आप उसे मस्जिद नहीं कहेंगे, आप उसे कहिए ढांचा जो था वो. You know, so those who think that it's, it was just the BJP, no, the Congress government too took ownership the very next day to what happened. So I want to come back, sir, to your years. The younger generation may not know about your links with Uttar Pradesh. People might, the younger generation may think, अभी गए हैं मिश्रा जी उत्तर प्रदेश, नहीं जानते कि आप you were private secretary to मुलायम सिंह जी जो chief minister थे, you were with कल्याण सिंह जी जो chief minister थे. उस वक्त के बारे में, उस दौर के बारे में बताइए, and its links with Ayodhya and what happened then with मुलायम सिंह जी, with कल्याण सिंह जी.
I was principal secretary to Mulayam Singh ji.
Yeah, principal, sorry.
And
not private secretary, principal secretary.
Mulayam Singh ji very strongly believed that this dispute is not good for the communities, and therefore we must not recreate history. He was strongly of the view that the issue of Ram born at that very place is something which cannot be is not proven. In fact, I recall in one of the smaller meetings where the chief minister was not there, one of the minister joked कि आप तो अभी कहेंगे कि वहाँ सीता रसोई है, वहाँ सीता जी भिंडी की सब्जी बनाती थी. You see, there is a place Sita Rasoi very close, which is there, and we are going to conserve that. So that
भवन बन रहा है वहाँ पे रसोई का ना.
That gentleman said that what proof do you have? So yes, it is. It was an issue.
You were sitting in that meeting, sir?
Yes, I was there, and it was an issue. But then, I suppose gradually the country also realized that this dispute must get settled, and the only way to settle this is through the judicial process, the legal process.
So उस वक्त जब ये सब जब हो रहा था, you were principal secretary when that the car sevaks.
Yes, I was there. I was sitting in the control room
when they attacked.
Yes, not when the Babri Masjid fell down.
No, the car sevak attacks.
When the first car sevak agitation took place,
Saryu River में कूद गए
Kothari
थे.
brothers died
Yes.
because of the firing. I was very much there, and I recall the commissioner calling me almost repeatedly that there is such a crowd here that it is you cannot estimate, and you cannot say from where they are coming. They were coming from all directions, all villages. They were just concentrating to Ayodhya. It was in a way challenge to what the police then had claimed, that not a bird will reach there.
Yeah.
Parinda par nahi marega. That claim was in 24 hours that was belied, and you could see the attack on the place. It was only on the appeal of the workers, the leaders of the agitation, that the car sevaks.
Yes, on that bridge they crossed that bridge.
Yeah, they crossed.
Yeah.
They reached. They were right there.
Yeah.
But only after the appeal from the leaders of the movement that they decided to withdraw the first time.
Yes.
And of course, the
But
death
did you
situation.
at that time feel that Mulayam Singh ji didn't realize or that this is too big even for him now?
He was worried. He was worried because he thought that it will be very difficult to control. But then there is, in politics, there is a commitment of a certain position. And very few can then introduce corrections in that process. Once you take the path. He had taken the path in which opposition to the temple was part of his administrative arrangement, part of his, let us say, running governance issue, that there must not be temple constructed at this stage.
And then comes Kalyan Singh ji, and he doesn't replace you. Usually ऐसे ही होता है ना, chief ministers आते हैं वो replace कर देते हैं, but he had you there. At that time what happened, sir? उस वक्त when you were with Kalyan Singh ji, मेरे को समझ नहीं आता that I just feel history was not fair to Kalyan Singh ji. Somehow I feel that what happened?
Kalyan Singh ji, as long as I was there till about 1992. And Kalyan Singh ji believed, of course, no doubt about that the temple has to be constructed. He was committed that he would deliver the temple. And in his own manner, he had promised the government of India that there will be no disturbance, but the temple will be constructed.
Yeah.
It did not come through, and when it came, when the Babri Masjid fell, he was very much the chief minister. I must say to his credit, not many know, that when the police and the central police particularly asked permission to fire, he refused. The Home Secretary of that time asked him that, look, the firing is now necessary. Kalyan Singh, as a brave chief minister, said, bring the file, write whatever you want to recommend, then I will write that I am ordering that there will be no firing. So he did write. The file contains his order that no bullet will be fired on the crowd of God Sevaks. So that was his faith and belief. Of course, the temple came into being after the judicial intervention. But Kalyan Singh was of the firm view that if he was given few more years, he would have delivered in a peaceful process. But then the government was, dismissed, suspended and later dismissed. So he had to go.
Where were you when the Babri Masjid came down?
When Babri Masjid came down, I was chairman of Greater Noida.
Okay.
I was transferred in September of that year, and it fell in December.
Why did you fall out of favor with Kalyan Singh ji?
Oh, not at all.
No?
Not at all.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, there is no question. He was a very sad person when in the middle of the night there were 2-3 other ministerial ministers. I was called and they said that by that time my family had shifted to Delhi because of my children's education. So they said that would you like to go closer to Delhi because now your family is not here. Well, I realized that perhaps there are greater things at work. And so I said, yes, I would be happy if I am given anything in Noida and Greater Noida. So I became chairman.
If you had been, looking back at your career, if you had continued as principal secretary with Kalyan Singh ji, would you have advised him differently on that day when the Babri Masjid came down?
No. I would have definitely advised him that there should be no firing. For the simple reason that you cannot fire a crowd of lakhs, not thousands, and you cannot control. And there is another factor to it. Even those who were responsible for law and order, I am speaking particularly of the police, majority of them believed in some manner or the other. Their duty was different, but their faith was different.
Yes.
That was, in fact, if you recall the events, that evening after the firing, when Kothari brothers died, all the constables in their mess did not take food.
That is the earlier incident. The Saryu incident.
Yeah. They did not take food. So that was the kind of sentiment. I do not think a crowd of this nature could have been handled in the manner, calling military, of course, is an option, but that option would have meant thousands maybe not there, may not live. So the option was very clear for the chief minister now to accept what was happening.
The police force in both the incidents, when Mulayam Singh ji was chief minister and when Kalyan Singh ji was chief minister, the police was terribly disturbed, divided. Some, of course, that it's an order, it's a duty, have to do, will do. Some who were saving the media, saving the car sevaks, doing things which were probably not their order but going beyond the call of duty. How was the IAS? You're from the IAS. How was the IAS dealing in both the incidents?
Second time, of course, I was not there because I was transferred. But first time, I do recall that when the secretariat employees during lunch hour were protesting and they were demanding that the temple should be constructed there and the government should not be so aggressive against the agitators. A very strong group of IS officers wanted a discussion with the chief secretary. And a meeting was called by the then chief secretary to explain that why IS officers must, it is call of duty, and they must not at all get into the faith issue. They must do what is required by the government. So the senior officer sat, I was very much there in that meeting, and the chief secretary addressed the officers and called upon them that, look, we are not to decide what is now the final decision. We have to implement what is the final decision. And therefore, guys, you go and work as is required.
So this kind of training Fauj mein hoti hai. When the Golden Temple action happened, it was the same thing which the commanders then had to tell their men that if any of you don't want to do this because your faith doesn't permit it, step aside. And nobody stepped aside. They all were like, this is my call of duty, I have to do it. But IAS में वो training तो होती नहीं है ना, that kind of training. I mean, how do you keep your faith apart and how do you keep, what kind of training? I'm not saying that nahi hai training, I'm presuming ki nahi hai.
This training comes from academy days.
Okay. Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy.
Yes, in Mussoorie. I recall that my life, my belief, the way I was conducting myself completely changed after I got into the academy. And from there on, the only thing which was injected in my mind was, you have to serve the state where you are, you have to serve the country where you are. And there is a democracy, there is a political system, and you have to work with them. And in many respects, you have to recognize that you are subordinate to them. I think this training comes from academy, and later also you imbibe it from your seniors. So it may not come in the manner that you said, the army people, but I think devotion to call of duty and devotion to whatever the system demands, the governance demands, that is even now, I'm confident.
It's your DNA.
Remains. Yeah. It's in the DNA.
It's in the DNA. Right. So you were in the Prime Minister's office for 5 years. Tell us about the working style of the Prime Minister, because you saw him in such close contact for hours together every single day for 7 years, unless he was traveling abroad. I believe you didn't travel with him.
Never.
You didn't. Okay. So when he was not traveling abroad, when he was here, tell us about जो कार्यशैली होती है प्रधानमंत्री की. You've seen closely other prime ministers also, in the sense that you were not in the PMO, but you've worked, you've interacted because you were a very senior government functionary. So tell us what it was like. Firstly, why did you get chosen for the job as principal secretary? That itself was like, क्या खासियत है कि वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो हैं, he has chosen Mr. Mishra. He's very particular that he wants only Mr. Nripendra Mishra. So why you? What do you think was the reason? And what was it like those 5 years?
Look, I had never met the Honorable Prime Minister before I was chosen. That is, I recall 20th of May 2014 when I was called in Gujarat Bhavan. Why was I chosen? How he got to know about me? Perhaps their group of ministers, senior ministers, who met him in Ahmedabad, they must have suggested panel of names. That's his style.
Okay.
The Prime Minister, in fact, I could learn that from him the very first time when I interacted after becoming Principal Secretary. I, along with Cabinet Secretary, went with names of secretaries for certain administrative arrangements. And we thought he will say yes. So we read such and such should come here, such and such should come here. So he looked at us and said, look, I don't want this. You cannot expect orders from me like this. Please come with panel of names. I will make the selection and then you will pass the order. So that is the process going to be.
Okay.
So I am very sure,
Huh.
even for the selection of the Principal Secretary, he must have had panel of names to be considered. They were all there in some manner or the other. There was a speculation already going on. And then he made his choice. I was not sort of offered the job the very first time when I met him. So he just called me and asked me to do some work. Never referred to.
You had already retired by then.
Oh yes, yes.
Superannuated?
Yeah. I had superannuated and I had even completed my after superannuation job of telecom regulatory chairman. That was also completed.
Yes.
So he said, could you please do something? So I said, I'll try. So he said, you are being given a room in Gujarat Bhavan. You come in the morning and after 3 days I'll call you again. So I did my work, whatever was assigned, and then I went to him. I was summoned. I recall Mr. Jaitley, late Mr. Jaitley was sitting there. Amit Shah ji was sitting there. I made my presentation. I'm very sure one thing must have disappointed him because I didn't present it to him on
As
screen.
a PowerPoint presentation.
PowerPoint presentation. I had taken hard copy, given to all four of them and selected. So I'm very sure the tech savvy that he is, he must have thought this man is not tech savvy. Yeah, I'm 100% sure about it. And compared to him, I was not. So he said that my proposal was discussed briefly. Then I was dismissed from there. They must have then taken a political view about the matter. And in the evening, I was called again. And he said, would you like to work? So that is how I was selected. So why I was selected, I don't know. But perhaps...
Did your colleagues all call you up and say कि मत करना, he's a hard taskmaster?
No.
Though आपके बारे में भी ये कहा जाता था, if I may just share that, it used to be said that you used to have very strict deadlines and अगर किसी ने तो शामत उसकी अगर वो नहीं हुआ तो. Your work style was somewhat similar, would you say?
In terms of delivery, yes. He believes in a certain time frame. He goes all out to implement that. He is extremely receptive even during implementation to hear about the issues which are coming up. If we can resolve it, he resolves at his level even. So his is a very, and something which is very special about his style in this is his modular approach. He doesn't climb the mountain. He goes step by step, step by step. And once he sees it has been achieved, he immediately shows you the next peak, then the third peak, and then the mountain. So that is the way he takes you. The moment you go and tell him that I have delivered this, you never get kudos from him. Because then he will say, "Acha, ab ye karna hai. Ab ye karna hai." So that is how he moves. I think as a person who is in governance, implementing the programs in a defined time manner, perhaps I would rate the Prime Minister. There's something special about him. I don't think it is fear element that he will do something to the... He has never punished any officer. So even that is not there. But there is an element of awe, you can say, or whatever. The officers felt during my tenure that the Prime Minister desires certain time frame for implementation, and he would like it to be done.
So from the outside as a journalist, one has observed that when Dr. Manmohan Singh, and all credit to him for all that he did in his tenure, but when the Prime Minister gave orders, it wasn't necessary that the bureaucracy would do it. I'll be honest with you, I've seen both the Prime Minister's offices, PMO of both the times. But when because there were several layers of functioning in that PMO. It's even his principal secretary was working, his staff was different, his media advisors were different. The PMO itself was not as tightly knit as this PMO is. And a directive from the PMO during Dr. Manmohan Singh's time did not have the same weightage as a directive from the PMO during Prime Minister Modi's tenure. In the first 5 years, did you notice the difference? Because as an IAS officer, you worked in both. Did you notice that difference?
It was very clear. I think the implementation and compliance was a lot better during the time of Prime Minister Modi. I don't think the threat worked. I don't think there was any fear of punishment. But there was an element, or let us say every secretary felt that he is being observed, not even by principal secretary, he is being observed by the Prime Minister.
Okay.
Somehow his control on the progress of the projects and implementation of the program, he was so well informed, at times ahead of me as principal secretary, that the secretaries in general believed that their performance is being observed and therefore they will be answerable. So that accountability and answerability was a lot more effective when the Prime Minister Modi was.
So as soon as he became PM and you were there in that team, that first speech from Red Fort when he talked about Swachh Bharat, and then him going with the jhadu, and then other ministers. At that time, I remember speaking to some joint secretaries and additional secretaries at that time who were like, "Ye Pradhan Mantri kar rahe hain? What is this? Why is he entering South Block? Why is he coming and opening up our cupboards and telling us ki ye hatao, wo hatao?" And we as journalists who have seen that mothballed files ऊपर तक जा रही हैं, was like, अच्छा हुआ, you know. We were taking perverse pleasure, but and you know, we were looking at all this that was happening. So did they, because they're also from your service itself, did they tell you that ये Prime Minister को समझाओ ना करें?
There were certain discussions, and you know, the secretaries and joint secretaries, they are all intellectual. I mean, intellectually they are very, very well equipped. Therefore, they could evaluate even the Prime Minister from their point of view. So there were initial remarks that this is perhaps not the function of the Prime Minister because he cannot do micromanagement.
Yeah.
There is always this talk of micromanagement versus macro management.
Correct.
And how far the Prime Minister should go, or Principal Secretary. I was even accused that the Principal Secretary at times does a lot of micromanagement. And he should leave it to the secretaries. But at the end of the day, everyone had come to appreciate when they saw the delivery of the Prime Minister. When they recognized that if he meant the electrification of 1,800 villages which were left. I recall when he was reviewing the electrification of villages, he was told that the total villages not electrified are 1,800. And then at the end when he normally after the meeting concludes, all meetings he concludes. So he said that, look, 1,800, I know you guys can do it, please don't come up with the excuse. And I think he gave 3 to 4 months. and all the villages were electrified.
Correct.
And he even mentioned his Gujarat Day experience. Don't just put the poles there. Don't just put the wires there and don't connect it, because the next step, he had already decided about this step. The next step was electrification of the certain houses which belong to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So the moment you say that all villages have been electrified, the next test was that now please give connection
To the poor
to
homes.
the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe homes, and you will be tested.
Correct.
So is this connect with each program with the next program, which I call the modular approach, was extremely effective.
And also using technology. I remember, so one of the earliest documentaries that I was working on was putting up when the government said कि हमने biogas plants लगाए हैं, यहाँ पे यूपी में इतने लगाए, बिहार में इतने लगाए, we sent and said that documentary बनाओ इन पे. When we sent the team, there was none. In some villages there was none. No biogas plants had been set up out there. Sir, हम documentary कैसे बनाए जब लगाया ही नहीं biogas plant? तो long shot पे लगा के बना दो. So this was a joke that I told Mr. Piyush Goyal that you're talking about electrification. उन्होंने झट से अपना phone निकाला. He was the power minister at that time. I think he took out the phone and he said, "Look, we have this app, and in this app, name any village. You can name any village." Tap on that, see, and you will get the shot. And he said, this is what the Prime Minister had told us. I need to see whether that village has light or not. So with the satellite technology, of course, when I'm talking about a time biogas ka jab technology nahi thi hamare paas, but now with that technology, you could see whether that village has light or not. So these are the micromanagement to karna padega, otherwise, kaam chalao.
He forced a dashboard on each minister's table. That was the way to manage. So even ministers and us, I have to include myself, we were not used to that kind of technology, which was enforced.
Okay, so another question I have to ask is that I was told that there were just about 10 people who knew about demonetization. Were you one of those?
Yes, I suppose at what stage, perhaps only about 5 people.
5. That demonetization.
Yes.
And you knew about it?
Yes.
You
There is
knew.
no doubt about it.
Why did he want to do it?
I will not be surprised if I claim that I was the first person to know about it.
About demonetization?
Yes.
And it was the Prime
I mean his intent.
His intent.
His intent.
Because he even joked in the parliament about Jaitley ji, when Jaitley ji said उनको भी नहीं पता था, नहीं तो फिर और लोगों को पता लगा.
Well, that's not true.
No, he joked about it in parliament. It was a joke and even Jaitley ji laughed about it, God rest his soul. But it was, I guess, the trust in you that when he...
No, it had to be implemented. And if the implementation had to take place, then a thing like demonetization could not be implemented through the normal method of messages, and each step was kept secret. The printing of notes, why it is being printed in this manner, was a secret. The total number of calculation of notes and its usage and distribution, how it will be done, was secret. So here was a situation, because the intent was that the black money, we didn't succeed 100% on that. Everyone knows that. There was such a huge exchange of black money into the white through the bank. I often, if you ask me that what do you think was your failure, I will say only one failure was I could not imagine that the bank staff at a lower level will not cooperate with the intent of the government. The exchange of notes took place in a very, very, I would say, surreptitious manner. That took place. But yes, not many people knew about demonetization. It was discussed with a very small group. I discussed with, so I got broad idea about the Prime Minister thinking of black money. And then he said one such step could be this. He knew that Morarji Desai had done it. So he said, read the files of Morarji Desai Times. We did that. And then I had to consult few more colleagues of mine. So one or two colleagues in the system of Prime Minister office and in Finance Ministry were consulted. So your number of 10 will perhaps come true at that stage.
Okay. I have to get to this. When the Prime Minister tweeted about you, when you said that I'm done and you wanted to leave, that I want to ask you also. Why did you say you want to leave? And then the Prime Minister tweeted and he said, when I was new to Delhi in 2014, he taught me a lot and his guidance remains extremely valuable. Amazing words. I don't recall a Prime Minister saying that about a Principal Secretary. It must have really meant a lot to you.
Well, I have to say, if you get his speech on my farewell, I couldn't believe. I was in tears. The cabinet ministers and secretaries to the government who were invited, they couldn't believe. Prime Minister spoke for 45 minutes and he spoke only about me. No other word except me. Such was his sentiment. So he had full faith in me. There was no question of my not enjoying the faith. But I think, I carried the message to him that it's time I left.
Because?
I had started feeling that perhaps Prime Minister may like to experiment with change. One tenure was over, another tenure had come. So I was getting that feeling that some kind of new trial for new set of officers may be his idea. Because after all, one does, there is an organizational takeover in everybody. In 5 years, I would definitely start thinking whatever I am doing is right. This is the organization. It is the organization. In the first year, you beat the organization. Remaining 4 years, the organization beats you.
Wonderful.
This is what happens. So, I am very sure, Prime Minister sharp that he is, he must be thinking that perhaps if something new has to be done, a new experiment has to come.
Reshuffle.
Yeah, reshuffle.
So also I would think that years of having worked with politicians in very close contact, you're able to preempt what the boss wants. Is that it? Or second guess?
Well, I suppose most of the officers get to understand their bosses. I mean, whether you are with the Prime Minister or with the Minister, they do get... there have been many occasions where I went and, even as a junior officer, I went and told my Minister that you must get a change now. Yeah.
So what is it that when he says that his guidance was extremely valuable, he taught me a lot, aapne kaun si aisi cheez, if you were to just randomly, it's only between you and him?
No. It's very... You see, I would only tell him the background. If any decision had to be taken, I will tell him the background. I will tell him the administrative positions of bureaucracy, how bureaucracy will see that. And there were occasions where I made the mistake. I perhaps did not adequately advise him. I can mention that the first Land Acquisition Act, which was implemented, it was implemented with the aid and advice of ministers and myself and some secretaries. It was withdrawn, if you recall. It was not implemented. One ordinance, second ordinance, third ordinance was not passed, it lapsed. It was a mistake. The time for that kind of reform had not come. These reforms come and they become successful because the time comes. 1991, the reforms were successful because the time had come for that. Likewise, later reforms also, which happened during Prime Minister's time, there was a time for which it happened and it was. But in the case of farmers,
Yeah, I was
I
confused.
think we misread the farmer's mood twice.
Hmm.
One when I was there, the second time when the agitation took place, when the Prime Minister went public.
Hmm.
So there are occasions when we have wrongly advised the Prime Minister. But the beauty of this Prime Minister is he will never tell you.
Hmm.
When I went to tell him that please do not issue the third ordinance on this matter, he looked at me. He said, "You are telling me?" Never ever said that you are one who made the mistake and therefore I have to now allow it to lapse. Never mentioned that. No, everything was not 100% successful in all the implementations, but not even once he would use the word, "You guys are responsible."
The buck stops with him,
Yeah,
and he would take
he
the fall.
takes the full responsibility for what happens.
Interesting. One anecdote I must mention was many years ago, one principal secretary to a former chief minister told me that वो chief minister बने थे बड़ी with a strange situation. हाँ, तो जब वो chief minister बने, he came from a very rural background, not familiar with the capital city and its machinations और chief minister कैसे आगे आते हैं, how does the guard of honor take place, कैसे होता है. तो the principal secretary was explaining carefully that जब आप आते हैं, जब आप उतरते हैं, तो आप झट से लोगों से मिलने नहीं जाएंगे, आप एक कायदे से जाएंगे. और वो धोती पहनते थे, तो उनको मैं नाम नहीं लूँगी सर, पर आप समझ जाएंगे बिकॉज ही वॉज वन ऑफ योर कंटेम्प्रेरीज. सो ही सेड दैट मैंने चीफ मिनिस्टर को समझाया कि जब वो गाड़ी से उतरते हैं, क्योंकि वो धोती पहनते हैं, तो उसको ऐसे पकड़ के फिर उतरे, नहीं तो यू कैन सी जो द बेयर लेग. सो उनको ये सब समझाया मैंने. ही सेज पर I also knew that I will last only 1 year, because every time he looks at me, he will be, it is a reminder of the days where he was unsophisticated, and he will post me out. So after 1 year of the tenure, he told the chief minister कि आप मुझे center भेज दीजिए. So he moved to the center. Now I want to ask you this, that here was a chief minister who had absolutely no experience of Delhi. When he came here, sir, there were lots of people saying, "अरे इन्हें तो आता ही नहीं है, इन्हें तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है, दिल्ली कैसे function करेगी." You had a chief minister who came in who had never done Lok Sabha. It was his first entry into Parliament. What were the do's and don'ts that you as a team were navigating him through in Delhi?
I think he was very well prepared for the position. And he did not require any such briefing. Of course, there were occasions when he was listened to. For example, if 15th August function has to take place. So it is customary for people who are responsible for 15th August to make a presentation. This is how you will enter, this is where you will go. You will first go to, the Amir Shaheed Stamp. Then from there you will go to Gandhiji's Shraddhanjali, like that. All that he heard, but he never felt inadequate to his job. And perhaps he was a step ahead. Let me just conclude this by one example. When he was getting briefing, right in the first 3-4 days from the then foreign secretary, because he had never handled international relations. He had handled all other things. So she perhaps was giving some kind of elementary lessons of the diplomacy. And here was a person who had visited all the places, who in Greyhound had visited all the states of America. He had gone to Japan twice, he had gone to Beijing twice, he had negotiated for the release of some Gujarati students from China, etc., etc. He had his own ideas. He, in fact, it was his idea to call the leaders of the neighboring countries at the time of swearing-in ceremony. It was never the suggestion of the Foreign Affairs.
Acha.
It was entirely the suggestion of his, which was implemented by Mr. Ajit Doval, who then was not National Security Advisor. He was still there in Vivekananda, but he came, the Prime Minister just consulted him about the feasibility, and then he told him, why don't you check with informally with the leaders whether they will come or not. So he sort of was very impatient with this training, briefing which was coming from the Foreign Secretary. That temperamental mismatch between the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister was very evident. And it was clear that one has to go, and obviously that will be the bureaucrat who will go. And that's the price. He was ready for everything. He knew what will be his foreign policy. While briefing is required, background is required, but I think the direction was already predetermined. He knew what will be the direction of his foreign policy, what will be the direction of the rural development, what will be the policy for technology. So he was very, very well prepared.
Were you surprised with that he was so prepared, or while meeting the team you knew that he has done meticulous homework on every sphere?
Not surprise, but sense of admiration. That was always there. Every time one attended the meeting, one always felt that he has learned something. That was always.
So, towards the end, I will just ask you, one, of course, when you left the PMO, was there a sense of satisfaction, or was there a twinge of, I could have maybe done a little more? What was that feeling?
There was, I don't think there was any feeling of regret. I don't think there was any feeling of loss. I had done my tenure. I knew the time is there for me to come out of the Prime Minister's office. But on the issue of sense of satisfaction, after every job, one feels that one could have done better if one was given the same job again.
That's such an honest view about that.
So that is very clear. Today I can do the district magistrateship better than what I did in Hardoi and Unnao and other places.
Right.
So it's a fact that one is always inadequate to the level that he must achieve.
Right. A principal secretary to a prime minister is considered the gatekeeper in many respects. Did you get that feeling that that people thought you were overprotective of your prime minister? Like some people used to say that when you were principal secretary to the chief minister, that he keeps him cushioned and covered. Hum mil nahi sakte hain, because you know how Uttar Pradesh politicians are. Everybody wants to barge into the chief minister's house, and regardless whether it was Mayawati ji, whether it was Mulayam Singh ji, I have seen that bade naraz hote hain with the bureaucracy ki humko milne nahi dete, because they all considered that ye humne banaya bhai. So do you get that feeling that people felt that about you?
See, this is a natural response, because majority of the people don't know that officials and politicians both, that each leader decides his evening program and next day's program himself, independently.
Okay.
I was never consulted in the office of the chief minister who to meet or not to meet. There used to be one very, his PS, very close to him, one Mr. Goel, who used to present the requests. All the requests will be mentioned, it will be shown to him, and then he will tick mark, connect on telephone, give the appointment, and then he will give the appointment. But yes, you are very right. As in the office of Chief Secretary, I was accused that I don't allow the officers whom I don't like to meet the Chief Minister. It was not really true. I am honestly telling you. In the case of the present Prime Minister, it is totally different. There is appointment, Joint Secretary level officer, who presents the matters. PSS here, take down the note from him in the evening at 11 p.m. in the night, that these people he will meet. He has his own views about who to meet. In fact, I recall, you may know it or not, the first time when he was visiting abroad, like all previous prime ministers, I carried the names of the press guys who will go with him. So he looked at it and then didn't comment anything. After about 2-3 hours again, I said, it is getting late. Why didn't you clear it? So he said, if I don't take any press person, what will happen? I said, sir, it will lead to bad relations with the press. He said, why? The press, in these so-called monarchs of the press, they will send their own representatives. They don't have to bother for the funds, and just because you take them in the plane is not necessary. So I said, no, sir, this has been the convention, etc. Then they are given certain treatment in the embassy. He said, nothing doing. Please note down. Nobody will go. No press representative will go with me. That's all. So that was his decision. It was final.
And to convey that is not your job?
Not at all. People got to know. I don't have to give reason. Because then all other trips also, there was no question of suggesting to him.
Yeah.
My visit, I somehow felt that, look, he has discussed everything here. What is it that I will contribute there when the foreign secretary and foreign ministers are generally with him?
Yeah.
So when the list went, I said that maybe person mentioned that one may not be selected or picked up for this, and 2 and 3 like that. One was me. He immediately accepted. He said, yes, you must stay home, stay back here when I am abroad. And that was it. That became the order of the day. The principal secretary, my predecessor, after only about 3 months came to me, Mr. Nair, I will give you the name.
P.K. Nair.
And Mr. Nair said, Nipi, what have you done? You are not going with the Prime Minister. It's a disaster. You are inviting your dismissal in about 6 months' time. You will be superfluous if you are not going with the Prime Minister. I said, sir, but that is what I have suggested and advised him. He said, well, I have come to warn you. That's about it. Was the purpose of the meeting. But nothing happened.
And I've seen Mr. Brijesh Mishra as I think one of the most powerful principal secretaries that I have in my reporting days that I have seen. If you have a longer experience of, and of course you are part of the civil service, we are from the outside seen it. In your 50, 60 years that you have seen the bureaucracy closely, who do you think would be the most powerful principal secretary that you have seen so far?
Well, you have named Mr. Mishra. Mr. Mishra was powerful because of his relationship beyond the principal secretaryship with the Mr. Bajpayee. I would also name Mr. A.N. Verma as one who was very, very powerful, and perhaps was powerful in the sense that he could carry the wishes of the Prime Minister to the secretaries very effectively.
That was during Rajiv Gandhi's time? No.
Also Narasimha Rao's. Yeah.
Oh, liberalization.
Yes,
he was the principal
if he
secretary.
said that by tomorrow the cabinet note should come, the cabinet note will come. So that was the effectiveness of Mr. Verma. And the third of my time, I was young though, was the time when Mrs. Gandhi had Mr. Dhar.
P.N. Dhar.
Yeah. As the principal secretary.
Okay. Was Mr. Naresh Chandra principal secretary ever?
No, he was cabinet secretary.
Cabinet secretary.
But he was always very effective.
And he, I think, had several different important tenures during his thing. So,
I think he was consulted even when he was outside the system. He was consulted. Later he was brought in for Ayodhya. He remained very relevant in the system.
Right. So because of the proximity to power, does it ever feel sometimes that you get that, secondary power because you're so close to the most important person in the country?
Well, I would say that this kind of some kind of a message in your mind occasionally does pass by. That you matter. I would not deny that. Whether it converts itself, the message, into arrogance, that depends on individual.
And how did you guard against that?
I don't know if I.
No, you never came across as arrogant.
The others will decide about it, so I will leave it to the judgment of others.
Right, sir. So, on our behalf, on ANI's behalf, we thank you so much for spending this time with us, explaining about the temple, and good wishes to you. All the best to you.
I need it.
And we look forward to doing a darshan when everybody is allowed to come there.
23rd of December 2024.
And darshan will begin before the Prime Minister?
No, 23rd January. I am wrong.
23rd January.
Yeah.
Right.
Immediately.
Immediately. So as soon as the Prime Minister does it, and immediately
Yes.
for everybody else.
All the invitees would have the darshan the same day, and next morning onwards, it will be open to all.
Okay. So we look forward to a dream come true to be able to do this darshan. Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for watching or listening to this episode of ANI Podcast with Smita Prakash. Do like or subscribe on whichever channel you have seen this or heard this. Namaste. Jai Hind. Click here to watch the previous episodes.
By the Gandhi family. I've said this in Parliament. For 600 rupees, a 30-acre piece of land taken on rent, the family builds itself a nice, lovely complex there. The idea that
they could do
at
some
the
wrong.
head of a foundation, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, could mandate usurping of lands of farmers in Amethi was foreign. Can I speak for the Vice President of India? I can't. Can I speak for the Speaker of the Lok Sabha? I can't. It's not as if the opposition doesn't know it. They know it. The opposition is hell-bent on ensuring that there's a competitive spirit about who can angle that I'm more anti-Modi than my colleague within my same party. The issue is that when you say, why did you wade into a controversy? What did you think? You'll slap me around and I'll say, Hanji, please, ek aur. Nahin. You whack me about, I'll hit back. And I'll then hit back, and I'll hit back, and I'll hit back, till you decide not to whack me anymore. They went after a 16-year-old girl to destroy a child because they couldn't handle the attack from the mother. And I've not even digressed into it, that Mrs. Gandhi has a grandchild of her own. Who is the girl? Because that's not my politics. That is a typical Gandhi Khandan, mafioso kind of politics. But I can promise you this, because of that one thing that they did to my 16-year-old kid, I am hell-bent for the rest of my life. If Rahul Gandhi comes into Amethi, he will lose. It does not matter whether I am the BJP candidate or not. The Gandhis will never win Amethi again.
Namaste, Jai Hind. Thank you for watching or listening to the ANI podcast with Smita Prakash. And thank you also for sharing with those who you think will benefit from listening or watching these conversations. My guest today is Cabinet Minister Smriti Irani, who's been called a giant slayer for having defeated Rahul Gandhi in Amethi, the family bastion, in the general election of 2019. She's been a parliamentarian since 2011 and is a fierce debater. Smriti Zubin Irani was the youngest minister in PM Modi's second ministry in 2019. She's held the portfolios of Minister of Women and Child Development since 2019 and also Minister of Minority Affairs since 2022 as the first non-Muslim to hold the position. She previously served as Minister of Human Resource Development 2014 to 2016, Minister of Textile and Minister of Information and Broadcasting 2017 to 2018. Smriti is both liked and feared by the media because she doesn't mince her words. She's a polyglot and can speak Punjabi, Bengali, Gujarati, English, and Hindi. And before all her political achievements, she's had a very successful career in the Bombay film industry. Many of you will recall the iconic character of Tulsi that she played in the Ekta Kapoor serial Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. Smriti ji, finally on my podcast. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so I think every 5 years you give me an interview.
Do I?
2014, uske baad 2014 when you were in Amethi, I tailed you. Then 2019 I tailed you.
I think in 2014 you're a bit circumspect.
Huh.
You have seen so many politicians say so much to media about their own achievements or possibilities of achievements that I still remember that look that you gave me in Amethi, where you were like, yep, I've seen that look before of somebody who's facing abject defeat but is insisting that they will win. So I think you were being kind to somebody you think was whimsical about their political opportunities.
Okay, that was a lot of analysis you did with that pehla look. So my first impression at that time, though I'd seen you before in
Thankfully, you didn't have the bechari marne wali hai look. Because there were many people who were of that opinion. And many who had, in fact, they have this whole demeanor as though आपकी कोई शहादत होने वाली है या आपका कोई जनाजा उठने वाला है. So mercifully, you didn't have that.
No. My first reaction was that not of what people were saying, that sacrificial lamb. My thing was, oh my God, she's here for a long term, because when the suitcases were coming on the conveyor belt, I was standing next to you and your suitcase came and before mine. So I offered to help and you said, no, I will pick up my own case. So I thought, okay, refreshing. She doesn't have, a legion of people. Yeah, helping you with the suitcase.
I never did.
You didn't.
I didn't have it in my media career. I didn't fancy it in politics. I think that it's one, if you need to be managed, then how will you manage the aspirations or the challenges of others? So I have been a lone wolf would be too much, but yeah.
Even in 2019, when I came to that pokey little flat you had above those shops at the bottom, and then you had that, and it was so ordinary, if I may. I'm not trying to say that you didn't have a luxurious apartment or you didn't even have a well-appointed apartment.
We in 2014 got a space, and remember at that time Sonia Gandhi was UPA president and Akhilesh had the reins in Uttar Pradesh along with Mulayam Singh ji. And nobody was even willing to offer us any space.
No, 2019 I'm talking about.
Yes, 2019 was a leg up. In 2014, we got 3-4 rooms above a cement godown. We had no wherewithals, we had no furniture, nothing. So there was a group of women, all of us stacked up in that little godown, so-called apartment. And I remember most of us, when we came back, we call it home, when we used to come back after our campaign, it was a 20-22 long day campaign. And there were some of us who would wake up the next day, I still have a mark where some insect would bite us, or you would fall sick, suddenly come up with a fever because you got some infection.
Yeah.
There was not a thing available, not a single hotel there, which is extraordinary for a place which has had 40 years of a Gandhi rule. And no hotel, no guest house, no rest house, no sarkari guest house, where, even the DM could functionally possibly work out of. There was no collector's office. There was no fire station there. No hospital had a CT scan machine. In fact, the first X-ray machine that came into a district hospital came after we intervened. We had no dialysis center. We have no police line there. So there were many firsts in Amethi.
Yeah.
So where I would live was the least of the problems. 2019 was a leg up because by then there was also a sense of fear in 2014. कि आप तो लड़के चले जाओगे, उसके बाद हमारे पीछे लोग पड़ेंगे कि हाउ डेयर यू सपोर्ट द बीजेपी। तो खौफ का माहौल वहाँ पर 2014 में था, विच आपने भी देखा, यू वर विटनेस टू इट। सो फॉर अस टू बी सो बिलिजरेंट कि हम लड़ने आए हैं और वी आर हियर टू स्टे, people took it with a pinch of salt. 19 was a bit different because by then I had spent 5 years there, and I'd already told people that there's no guarantee who the BJP candidate will be in 19 because that's a parliamentary board decision. But by then people साहस मिला लोगों को कि ठीक है दीदी, मेरे घर के ऊपर वाला जो घर है या मेरे गोडाउन के ऊपर वाला जो 2-3 कमरा है वो आपको किराए पे हम दे सकते हैं। तो 19 में सीमेंट के गोडाउन से हटकर हम किसी दुकान के ऊपर वाले जो 2-3 कमरे हैं वहां पे रहने की हमारी
fumes, I was like, how are you living here?
But that is a life that people in Amethi were leading. Why should mine be any different?
Yeah,
I think that for many journalists it was a shocker.
Yeah.
Because the presumption in Lutyens, or for that matter journalists around the world, there were some who came from far and wide, was that अरे यहाँ पे तो गांधी खानदान इतने साल रहा है, तो यहाँ पे तो मतलब 5-star accommodations होंगे, facilities होंगे. I remember one news channel which did an interview of mine in the middle of a ramshackle home in 19. The editor said कि घर मिट्टी का है लेकिन टॉयलेट मोदी ने बाहर पक्का बना दिया है. You know, so that contrast was more than visible for people.
You know, I've covered elections in Amethi for several years. Every time I would go, you know, Lucknow se niklo, and I've said this before on shows and things, that there wasn't a single place you could stop for a loo break.
Yep.
Women
it is very difficult for people to...
They don't understand it, you know, and nobody used reporting it, mind you. I've written it, I've reported it also. Women reporters who got out from Lucknow to go to Amethi would have to come back to Lucknow, right? So,
and you have to contextualize for people that Amethi is 1.5 hours away from Lucknow.
Yeah.
So you would have to come all the way there, operate the whole day, and then go back.
Yeah. So you shoot before sun goes down, you shoot, and for a television journalist, that was important.
Because
and
there would be no electricity.
No
so
electricity.
There are pictures of me standing atop a gadi, and people with their torches out and some candles out, and me addressing a crowd. So somebody called me and said, "Really?
Yeah.
I mean, do you think they don't have electricity?" I said, "They genuinely don't."
And for women, because there are no loo stops and there's no loo in Amethi also, there was nothing. You know, you couldn't go just anywhere. So you basically don't eat breakfast, unlike the other male journos who would tank up on their breakfast and their coffees. And we can't, right? Because you don't know.
I think what is significant is that everybody knew, nobody wrote about it.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So when you're saying that foreign journalists came, foreign journalists were not writing that. Like, for example, when I went, I don't remember which election it was, they would keep saying, yeah, 4 kasturba bane, 2 kasturba bane. I said, what is kasturba bane hai? What are kasturbas? Those were women's hostels. So there was a women's hostel, the kasturba, in the middle of marshy land.
It would be inhabitable.
Yes, exactly.
It would have no furniture where you could possibly operate.
Nothing.
From,
There was nobody
study
inside
from, or if it's a hostel to sleep in.
No.
Nothing.
And then this was in a marshy land. So, pehli baat to you can't access it because of the marsh. And women staying there. It was a women's hostel. Udhar se nikal ke, wo Kasturba se agar hostel hai, wo nikal ke, how will she go to her campus or college?
It took me a while to tell people that genuinely believe me that people were being robbed of their lands by the Gandhi family. The idea that
they could do
at
some
the
wrong.
head of a foundation, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra could mandate usurping of lands of farmers in Amethi was foreign. Because people said, "Arey, itna paisa hai, kya karenge ye wali zameen leke?" But they took land in the name of industrialization. There was land in one area which was for minority girl students. They took over that land to open their own office. Girls who went against the family and did dharna against them were imprisoned. Young school girls from the minority community. So the whole concept that was sold about the Gandhi family was that they're benevolent, was that they're so cultured they could possibly never loot, was that they're so erudite, that they're so well read, that how could they possibly have a disconnect with the needs of the people and not serve it. I think that my Amethi journey contrasted that, and suddenly a lot of people found voice. Journalists, yes, were compelled to then convey that voice, but those voices existed. They never had an outlet. So people were, there's one Samrat Cycle Zameen, which is something that I've brought up many a times in Parliament. In the 80s, that land was procured from farmers. They were given the hope कि इधर factory लगाएंगे. Some bicycle manufacturer was called and then told कि आप इसमें factory लगाओ. Like clockwork, the guy declares bankruptcy कि हम नहीं चला सकते. Like clockwork, a foundation which is not supposed to do any commercial activity takes over the land. So when I go to Amethi, the first question I ask is, the foundation can never do commercial activity. How is a land which is deemed for commercial purposes taken up by the foundation? It's been under lock and key. I was told, अरे यहाँ ऐसे ही होता था. And I found many such parcels of land belonging to people. For instance, there is a promise given 30-40 years ago कि भाई हम यहाँ पे अस्पताल बना देंगे, परिवार को ज़मीन दे दो. परिवार means the Gandhi family. They take the ज़मीन. Munshiganj guest house is there. They never build the medical college. So when Prime Minister Modi starts his endeavor of building medical colleges across all districts, I go and I request, can we get one for Amethi? You look at the records, that land was taken for 600 bucks.
Huh?
Yes, I've said this in Parliament. For 600 rupees, a 30-acre piece of land taken on rent. The family builds itself a nice, lovely complex there, but never builds the medical college for which they took the land.
Interesting.
My issue is, how much is too much? I mean, you took over so much property in Delhi, in Bombay. Amethi के गरीब लोगों को तो छोड़ देते हैं.
I'm going to come back to Amethi. But first, let's do the biggest stories of the day, because I have you here today.
Which stories are those?
So, several of them. Firstly, just an hour before we are shooting this, it's just come out that Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge is probably the Prime Minister candidate for the India Alliance.
Are you sure?
I believe Mamata Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal proposed the name, and Kharge ji is saying कि पहले election जीतना हमारा goal है, उसके बाद Prime Minister का देखेंगे. But apparently that seems to be a consensus. Nobody objected
to it. So you have not said that Mrs. Gandhi has said, my son hereby abdicates the throne. My daughter will never be in the race for Prime Minister. Here is Mr. Kharge, and now forever shall he reign as president, and forever shall a non-Gandhi always be a PM aspirant. Has that happened yet?
Well, not exactly.
Then take it with a pinch of salt.
No, but they did nominate
who's the they?
None of the Gandhi family. They had Narasimha Rao.
Was Narasimha Rao
Manmohan Singh.
Happy nomination or a political majburi?
Well, whatever the...
Or Manmohan Singh ji for that matter. Look back at history. Were any of them?
तो ये भी तो मजबूरी होगी ना जो खरगे जी को कर रहे हैं.
I cannot say anything till an official announcement is made. But what is interesting for you and for what you have highlighted is that the name did not come as a proposal from Mrs. Gandhi. It came from parties which are not Congress party members, or for that matter, Congress party leadership. It came from outside.
Maybe that was deliberate.
Maybe, but till such time you do not have Mrs. Gandhi say, my son, like I said, hereby abdicates the throne. My daughter, my son-in-law, my grandchildren have no claim to the throne. Please take it with a pinch of salt.
But उन्होंने तो कभी कहा ही नहीं ना कि हम प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहते हैं.
I think that you've had enough discussions in the studio, which also alludes to how they ran governments. I mean, the 10 years of UPA was more than sufficient to certify.
So there's no question of abdication. There's nothing about...
But the difference is right now you have two people who are in the race already.
Who are the two people? For
Brother
India
and
Alliance?
the sister. No. I'm saying that...
For
So what is interesting for me is that if you're saying that we are breaking away from the tradition of dynasty, have you had that declaration by Sonia Gandhi yet? You haven't had it.
But maybe
Or
she doesn't need
I
to.
think in contrast, you have had Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who was literally on the floor of the house, accepted that it's impossible to defeat Prime Minister Modi. So with certain defeat before them, is that why there's a discussion on Khargeji's name? And Khargeji, being the astute politician that he is, has said, नहीं अभी नहीं, जीतने के बाद देखा जाएगा.
But also, I mean, in the journo circles, it's become very interesting. Ki, ek OBC
Don't believe anything in the journal circles. Most of them are disconnected from realities.
But
And
regarding the BJP, yes.
possibly they are selling some new fancy idea that they fancy is, the
Arey,
short
kuch
strategy.
nahi na. Journalists these days have no clue, especially regarding your party. एक नाम नहीं पक्का हुआ था कि कौन.
मुझे लगता है दिल्ली शहर के बारे में कुछ खुशफहमियां लोगों को है. मैं इस शहर में पली बड़ी हूँ. एक खुशफहमी है कि पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली ए पॉलिटिकल है. पॉलिटिकल दिल्ली दिमाग वालों की है, सामान्य दिल्ली दिल वालों की है. और दिमाग वाली इस दिल्ली में जो राजनीति से भरी हुई है, वहाँ पे 4 चीज़ों को मैंने देखा है लाइफ में, मेरे 10 साल के अनुभव में एज एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर. और मैं तीसरा टर्म है मेरा एज एन MP. मैं 2 बार राज्यसभा की सांसद रह चुकी हूँ. आपके पास आपकी पीठ पे छुरा भोंकने का भी दुश्मन नहीं आता, दोस्त आता है. यहाँ पे रिश्ते बनते हैं जब चाय पिलाई जाती है, मीठी मीठी बातें होती हैं, रिश्तों की दुहाई दी जाती है, दोस्तियाँ होती हैं. लेकिन उस पूरे चक्रव्यूह में सपोजिशंस बहुत रहती हैं. तो कल लग गया तो लग गया. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उस दिल्ली में अगर मोदी मंत्र, अगर एंगेजमेंट का और कम्युनिकेशन का आप देखें तो बुरा नहीं है. बिकॉज इन दीज हैलोड हॉल्स ऑफ पावर many careers came to die because they did not understand the complexity of this Dimag wali Delhi. And I think what Prime Minister is doing now, and because he has seen Delhi up close, not only as an administrator, not only as a chief minister, he's also seen it as somebody who built the organization. He realized the pitfalls of it. And that is why when I see a lot of grassroots leaders find a voice, new faces find a voice, it is of great, I think, comfort to कार्यकर्तास. ठीक है, नाम चला रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब जर्नलिस्ट को कुछ पता नहीं.
हाँ, that's also true that it took a while, I think, for Delhi journos to figure out that they are inconsequential to the system.
No, I don't think that they are inconsequential in terms of communication to the rest of the country. On issues of domestic and international import, the media does play a very significant role. But many people within the media do not limit themselves to reportage. They become power brokers. And I think that is what Prime Minister Modi has broken. It's not only the power brokers in the media, but brokers of all kind have been shoved out of the system because the people of our country deserved better.
Let me come to the other news story which happened, which is of the suspension. I think 141, the last score that I heard, 142 MPs suspended. Now, your party is being accused by the opposition of being dictatorial. Harsimrat Badal even said that
my party cannot suspend anybody. Well, the Speaker of the House and the Vice President of India who can.
But it's being said that you built...
So it makes for great headlines that BJP is dictatorial, but anybody who understands parliamentary procedure knows there's not BJP that announces people are suspended.
The successful running of the house, both of houses, is the job of the ruling party.
Agreed.
And that has not been happening. And it's...
Because I think that the opposition, and this is my personal feeling, the opposition is hell-bent on ensuring that there's a competitive spirit about who can angle that I'm more anti-Modi than my colleague within my same party. So today, when the Vice President of India, the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, announces that these are the procedures which cannot be violated as a parliamentarian, after knowing those procedures, you still go ahead and violate it. That means you're being mindful of the rules that you're breaking. You're also mindful of the consequences that will occur. Now, this is not a classroom. This is the Parliament of India. There is a historical context to every activity that is undertaken in Parliament. There is a precedent that you set, not only from a domestic perspective, but also an international parliamentary perspective of how business in a house is conducted. We're a part of many such international unions or associations or organizations that study the functionality of our parliament. Can you have the Vice President of India or the Speaker of the House announce a set of rules and regulations and procedures in terms of your parliamentary engagement and willfully have parliamentarians break those rules and then expect no consequence for it from the Speaker of the House? Because there's a precedent that you're setting.
These were the
I'm
norms
of the
which were anyway happening, right? Getting into the well of the house, placards. It's been there
So
for
if you
decades.
say that I want to ensure that there is dysfunctionality because I'm going to be anarchist and people before me in parliaments before me were allowed it and hence I shall also break the rule. The question is how long, how much and how far? So it is not only the responsibility but also the right of the chairman of the Rajya Sabha and the speaker. What shocks me is not the juvenile reaction of the former Congress president. The fact that
Which one are you
even,
referring to?
I mean, there is one who is of substance from an Amethi perspective, which is Rahul Gandhi. I could never imagine the depths of depravity when you not only urge a fellow parliamentarian to mock the Vice President of India, because it's not an individual, it's an institution.
Kalyan Banerjee is mocking,
Yes.
mimicking.
And that is supposed to be a very erudite legal. On the steps of the parliament, you mock the Vice President of India, you think it's funny. And Mr. Rahul Gandhi films it, encourages it. Now, there is a decorum which is expected of us as parliamentarians. I've had issues on which I have not, in the 10 years of the UPA, I had served a few years in the opposition. But never in my life had I, as a parliamentarian, mocked the chair, mocked the speaker, or use words that brought disrepute to the chair. Because that, like I said, is not an individual, that's an institution. So I always thought that maybe this is the end of juvenile politics by Mr. Gandhi. But to willfully stand there and encourage disrespect towards the Vice President of India, now that's a new low that he has hit. Kalyan Banerjee included, but every parliamentarian who stood there and laughed and encouraged Kalyan Banerjee to humiliate the Vice President's office is equally culpable.
And there's
So
been
in
no
the
apology
House,
as yet.
in the House, can you expect them to do better? This is the same set of people. Mr. Venugopal was standing there and laughing. For what?
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not an individual, that's an institution. And then can you expect better when they're in the House? They pay no heed.
So, what is worrying though is that what happened outside is, of course, that a constitutional post was mocked. That
Can you
is
deny
bad.
that constitutional post the right then to deliver justice?
And then there is this, which happened, which is more suspension.
They
It seems
stood
like
on
everything is
they stood on the table and threw a book at the chair. If you remember,
This is not
Harivansh
this
ji,
incident. Yeah.
yes, the deputy chairperson, they were slamming books on the table. They were chucking papers at the chair.
This is the earlier parliament building.
Yes, but it's the same opposition.
Yeah.
Same members who are playing truant.
So Harsimrat Badal says that this new parliament building is a graveyard of democracy because
It may be a graveyard for those who consider themselves opposition. But why should it be a graveyard of democracy? Who uses those words? It's not as if the BJP always had a winning streak. We were on the losing side as well. But did we as political activists ever demean our institutions? You can question process, procedures and ask. But can you say that the parliament is not to be given due respect only because you're not in power?
So they keep bringing up Mr. Arun Jaitley and Ms. Sushma Swaraj's statement saying these kind of protests are part of democracy where you can protest in
Is
parliament.
throwing a paper at the chair. Has Sushma Swaraj, Arun Jaitley ever thrown a crumpled up, balled up piece of paper at the chair? No. Have Arun Jaitley, Sushma Swaraj ever banged books on the table of the Rajya Sabha? No. Have Arun Jaitley or Sushma Swaraj ever mocked the Vice President of India on the steps of Parliament? No. Have Arun Jaitley or Sushma Swaraj used language within Parliament which brings bringing disrepute to Parliament unites them? Mocking the Vice President of India unites them. The last time there was an election for the President's office to humiliate the President of India, that united them.
Okay. The comment that was made.
Yes, they were united in their attempt to humiliate the President of India. So what you're telling me is that they come together only when they have to demean Indian institutions. Otherwise, they never come together.
Were you in Parliament when those two people jumped into the...
I was in the foyer, yes.
You
And
were
I
in the
walked in immediately after the House was called to order.
Why is there no... I mean, I'll get into the other issues, but why is there no drill conducted to exit
because there is a investigation already underway.
No,
and
I mean drill
Parliament right
conducted
now
to
is-
exit from the when such kind of an attack happened. We saw people just sauntering around, hands in the pocket, shuffling. When there is an attack, it's quite clear, and everybody's wits should have been there, and they should have evacuated. They should have left from the exits, but they were just hanging around.
I think, like I said, the procedures which are now to govern conduct in such circumstances is something which is under the aegis of the Speaker of
So you haven't had those kind
office.
of drills
My issue
before?
was that when we went back immediately, people like me, Praladji, all of us, at 2 o'clock, we reassembled. It was essential at that time to show democracy at work. It was essential at that time show that there is no fear. That whatever has happened in the chamber does not desist us to come back to that very hallowed hall and gather again so that business can be conducted by the Speaker. The Speaker expects of all of us that we contribute and support him. If I today, in this interview, start questioning processes, procedures while Parliament in session, while investigation is ongoing, while the Speaker himself has said, no matter what your political organization, everybody needs to contribute so that systems can be bettered. I would digress from my responsibility then. My responsibility as a parliamentarian, as a minister was, it does not matter where I am, how I am, what my concerns are personally. I need to be in that house when the bell rings and we assemble again, so that when citizens of the world see the Indian Parliament, they don't see empty benches, they see resolute parliamentarians irrespective of their politics standing.
So is it so difficult or is it so wrong for the opposition to demand that the Prime Minister or the Home Minister come and give a statement? Why not?
I think that the Speaker has already spoken on this issue. He's also invited dialogue on the issue. The challenge that the opposition is afflicted with is that those institutions, processes that do not converge under the Prime Minister's office, but actually are the hallmarked intervention of the Speaker. They want the Prime Minister to speak for the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. Constitutionally, can the Prime Minister speak for the Speaker's chair, which is over and above all
Home Minister
politics,
can't.
which is over and above even parliamentary security, is under the aegis of the Speaker.
But the Delhi police
Can
does
they
come.
speak on the Speaker's behalf? They can't. The Speaker can, but you deny the Speaker the right to conduct deliberations and dialogues.
Okay.
So, can I speak for the President of India? I can't. Can I speak for the Vice President of India? I can't. Can I speak for the Speaker of the Lok Sabha? I can't. It's not as if the opposition doesn't know it. They know it. So I think that when your opposition is reduced to just headline hunting, and when you want to ensure that there is this cantankerous intervention of always creating some kind of friction or conflict, then you're not serving the purpose of finding a solution or serving the purpose of wanting a dialogue.
It's just for disruption.
The major aim is that how do I target Modi?
You really think it was for Modi?
It is. Because like I said, the Speaker of the House is over and above all politics. It is under his authority. He has the authority and he has fulfilled his responsibility of speaking on the issue, inviting dialogue. You deny him that right by insisting that the Prime Minister speaks.
Okay. You know, I'll rewind a bit for a couple of days before all this happened, which was that where you said that about the menstrual cycle leave.
Yes.
That whole thing, it was so interesting because you said, and I'm going to quote, you said menstrual cycles are not a handicap. And I was like, yeah, yes. Because I got into the workforce.
I could have said much more.
You could.
I didn't. Because the gentleman who asked the question never intended to find a solution for women.
So it was Professor Manoj Kumar Jha, and he says, will the Minister of Women and Child Development be pleased to state?
Can you look at part C of the question?
Yeah, whether the policy contains provisions to promote and provide for menstrual hygiene among LGBTQIA community.
Now tell me, the LGBTQIA community that the honourable member wanted a response for, which gay man without a uterus has a menstrual cycle? So the question was intended either to shock or to provoke or to attract attention, which it did attract attention. It did shock many people. It did provoke a controversy. But the question in itself indicates to you what the intent is.
But you also said as a woman who's menstruating.
Yes, but like I said, if I talk now outside Parliament and I have to reflect on it as a female professional, the LGBTQIA plus, he wants me, Manoj Jha wants me to provide an answer about how can I provide for their menstrual hygiene.
For gay men.
Which, for gay men, is it applicable? The second issue is, he says in his communication that Bihar has a policy of menstrual leave.
Which is not here visible.
He said this on the floor of the House.
But didn't mention it in.
Yeah. So if you look at this question alone, allow me to go back to it. If you go back to this question alone,
whether the government is planning to roll out.
There is a policy which is, if you look at my answer, talks about a policy which is available on a website. The issue is, in his verbal intervention, he says Bihar has a policy. He insinuates as though Bihar is an overarching policy which is applicable to the private sector. His question to me is,
Bihar doesn't
have a private sector policy. The chair can pull him up for lying or insinuating.
Misrepresenting. Okay.
Yep. But what measures are in place to make compulsory for employers to grant leave? So Bihar may have in 1992 a policy for paid leave for women in government. Does not have it in the private sector. I've never had, and in my experience, I'm not the health minister. What did I say that day? I said, one, it is not an handicapped position that women have. Somebody said, आपने handicap क्यों बोला? I said, आप अंग्रेजी की कोई डिक्शनरी उठा के देख लीजिए, उसका दूसरा सिनोनिम impediment है. तो मैंने वो दोनों शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया, मैंने disability नहीं बोला इसको. फिर आपको पता नहीं है कि पेन होता है. अच्छा, interestingly, it's all men. Somebody, in fact, you tweeted about it. Some gentleman wanted to take out my uterus because I had such a position.
He said, actually,
I take umbrage on it for 3 reasons. One, the whole movement of feminism was so that women can have their opinion voiced themselves, no matter what the consequence. So for somebody to say, I'm a feminist man, and because you have an opinion which is different from mine, your uterus should be taken out, is an oxymoron unto itself.
Yeah, God help his family and those who are working in his organization.
The fact that he can do it with impunity with somebody on a constitutional post means there is much more that he could possibly do with people around him, working with him or within his family. That itself is a frightening proposition for those women. But what is the issue at hand? I have unionized in media as a professional many issues, as a writer, as a producer, as an allied worker for people who work behind the screen. And our intent for 25 years has been, as members of a union then, that we don't want to create new challenges for women where they get harassed.
Yeah.
Or for that matter, where they are getting discriminated against. So imagine when a parliamentarian tells me that mandate a national policy, and I tell them that मैं वो मंत्री नहीं हूँ, वो health minister है.
Yeah.
लेकिन when you say that mandate leave across all segments, what does it do? For you to mandate and make it lawfully implemented, people have to report implementation.
Yeah.
Now imagine a scenario in a private sector, okay, where if somebody has to implement it, your HR guy has to know, your accounts guy has to know. Why should a woman's menstrual cycle be known to an employer? Imagine if it's a single woman who chooses not to take those leaves that are so-called proposed to be granted. Can you imagine the harassment that woman will have to face?
Yeah.
Third,
especially on the work floor, right?
Can you
Yeah,
imagine?
3
We are
days not
saying
being
more
there.
and more women have to come and join the workforce, especially on factory floors, corporate houses. Imagine a floor with 20,000 women.
Yeah.
So we are creating new barriers for discrimination. What this gentleman, when he asked me the question, never told anybody. In fact, what never came out in any critique was that under the Occupational Safety and Health Standards rules of 2020, medical leave is already provided for.
Yeah.
What nobody spoke about is that if you forget Indian institutions, if you look at research which is coming from, let's say, a Mayo Clinic, what do they say? 80 to 85% women face it in their life cycle.
Yeah.
If it persists beyond the age of 25, you need a checkup, you need a pap check, you need a pelvic examination.
Which is a medical issue then.
It's a medical issue. It is shocking that it's less in married women, more in young girls.
Yeah.
So the issue is you're creating newer layers for women to be humiliated. You're creating new layers for discrimination. You're creating more reasons for them to say, Arey, pehle we used to deny them because they're getting married. Then they are being denied because they're having babies. Now you're giving them a monthly reason to deny them equal opportunity. So when I spoke in Parliament, I spoke from my personal experience because I don't want more and more women harassed. But the question is it not provided for in the law? It is the part of law already.
Yeah.
It is only under the context of medical leave, which is true because if you look at the challenge with regards to severe pain, that is an indication of a hormone or chemical imbalance or a genetic inclination to it, which means you need a doctor immediately. You can't self-medicate. Especially if it is above the age of 25.
It became political because you had K. Kavita saying, as a woman, it is appalling.
I don't expect her to be socially or politically mature. What I'm shocked at is the number of men who had an opinion about an experience as a working professional that I had had. I was very clear on the floor of the House. This is my personal experience.
But there's a woman too. I mean, you're saying man, but she's a woman politician and she
Like I
says
said, I don't expect social or political maturity from her. I have deducted in my experience of working with her as an opposition member, most of them fancy the headline. They don't fancy the content that provides a solution. Even the gentleman who asked the question, why would you ask me a question about providing menstrual hygiene for gay men? The intent was never to provide a solution or to start a conversation.
And then there was that...
He's asking me in part 1 of his supplementary about the plastic composition of manufacturing of sanitary pads. You would presume, and this is records available, that Mr. Jha knows that I'm not manufacturing pads. So the intent was to create a headline, possibly get featured in one of those brute videos.
Which happened.
And it's easier to do when the person who's responding is as blunt as I am.
And it's like, well,
Nobody saw that part C.
huh?
Nobody
did.
saw part C
No.
of the question.
But I saw a number of things in Instagram.
Like I said,
it
if you
went
ask me
viral.
about the German Sanskrit, if you ask me about every controversy, I have such interesting insights that you'd be shocked out of your wits.
German what?
When I was HRD, the whole German Sanskrit debate, that I am the
yeah.
unpad.
So what happened with that whole controversy about German and Sanskrit that we should
No,
learn?
I'll give you a Kapil Sibal headline. He's the one who signed it. That German is the third language of India.
When you said that it should French and
I said
German
it
should be
f-
replaced and
No,
and
I said
Sanskrit, treat them on par.
No, I said teach it as a foreign language.
Hmm.
That's it. Which is not wrong.
Yeah.
But it became Sriti Anpad. I'm like, hello.
Yeah.
Ich spreche Deutsch.
So do not jhado German on me now. English, Hindi, Punjabi, Gujarati, Bengali. Have I covered all the languages?
Maybe.
Punjabi.
Yes,
also.
Marathi.
Marathi. How? This is another aspect of you only. And now you're jadoing German on me.
I'm lucky to have roots and family members from various parts of the country.
But so what? Many of us have. That doesn't mean कि सब languages ही सीख लिया.
I think when you're learning languages early because you have a multilingual family, it's comparatively easy. And then you kind of...
So mother Bengali.
Mother is Bengali. Her mother was from Dhubri, Assam. My Nana was from the Bangladesh border. My Nani was from undivided Bengal.
So that's how you know Bengali.
Came to Dhubri. Then Nani covered. Dada was from undivided Punjab. Came from there to the Janakpuri refugee camp. Then went onwards to Muradabad.
So that's why Malhotra is your son.
And yes, and Dadi was a Maharashtrian, married to a Parsi. So
so Dadi was a Maharashtrian. So Dadi spoke to you in Marathi?
No, Dadi passed long before I was born.
Oh, okay.
But father knew it, never spoke it. But when I went to Mumbai,
So what was the language at home when you were growing up then?
My mom would speak to me in Bengali. My dad would insist on speaking in Punjabi. Every time my nani and my masis and my mother wouldn't want me to know what is happening, they would speak in Telugu.
Why Telugu?
Because
Telugu?
my nana had served in the Navy, so they were stationed in Vizag. So I think it's a genetic thing. So the minute they would speak in Telugu, I would know something is up.
Correct.
My mother can speak, apart from these languages, she can speak Telugu, she can speak Malayalam.
Wow.
So I'm from a multilingual family. So the minute they switch the language, I know something.
So how come Marathi and Gujarati?
My husband is a Parsi. And I was, like I said, unionizing in Maharashtra. So that's the language of the unions.
How many years did you stay there? 10 years maybe?
I went there when I was 17. Wow. I'm 47 now.
Okay. But you left, right? I mean, what, 2000 to 2008 was Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi.
I left in 1995-6. And oscillated between Delhi, Mumbai.
Okay, let's get to that part. I mean, politics to karte rahenge, baat karte rahenge. Let's get to that part of your life. How and when and why did you go to Bombay? And
I just wanted to be somebody on my own merit. I was very irritated with this whole Delhi nuisance that I had around me, which said anything you do was credited to daddy. That kind of got my goat. So wherever this ANI building is, I studied in a school right opposite, which was in so we had a lot of friction in the family because my parents were from different political ideologies. What can politics do to a family? I've witnessed it firsthand. My dad is or was a congressman. I don't know which category because there are times when he gets irritated with me when I say something.
Picture where you took him to meet Modi ji and you said it's like parent-teacher meeting.
So my dad had this whole thing. He spent his whole life, I think he left active contribution to politics when Rajiv Gandhi died.
Okay.
I've seen him literally weep.
88.
I've seen him literally weep. And I was like, what? 76 born, so I'm like 12 years old. To see a grown man weep for his leader, I've seen that. My mother's a Sanghi. My Nana was from Valmyatsi Kalyan Ashram. So the Sector 6 Vishwa Hindu Parishad office that you have near the ANI office, that's where I used to go for Shakha with my Nana.
Okay.
My mother was in Jansang. So my Nana was posted in Mumbai in the Navy colony. There, Mazgaon docks he was placed in. My mother used to work in. So my mother used to do Janasangha work in Ghatkopar area.
Okay.
The only grudge that side of the family had was that we were always Swayamsevaks. We never became politicians. Why would you become a politician? The grudge on the dad side of the family was, if you had to become a politician, why did you become a politician in the BJP? So
It's okay. Family can never be made.
We have seen explosive conversations.
But this was before you entered politics, there was explosive conversations, or afterwards?
No, I've seen it before because they fought on
Mom and
issues like emergency, 84 riots. Right next to your office is the Gurdwara.
Yes.
I remember when I was asking for the address, I said, are you next to the Gurdwara? And you were a bit shocked. How do I know?
How do you know? Yeah.
That's because I used to walk to school from Malai
Holy
Mandir.
Acha, okay.
To this
Basant Vihar to
Malai Mandir to this, I think it's what, a good 2 kilometers. So
Aram
every day I
se.
would go up and down. And the land on which Tent Wala school was built was basically an effort by 2-3 Swayamsevaks. They wanted to kind of do something in education. Opposite that land, and this school was up to standard 5. Opposite that land was this big missionary school, imposing building. And every day I would stand outside and I would look at it and I say, "Is school mein kaise jate hain?" Because that had 6 to 12. My mother told me we can't afford it. Because my parents had separated by then. And she said, we can't afford this. So I used to go and stand outside the school gate till one day one of the sisters came and said, this kid turns up every day after her school. So they would say, what are you doing here? And I was like, how do you get into this school? So they said, we have an exam. If you pass that exam, then we will consider it. So when I went back home, I told my mom, I said, if I pass that exam, I can get in. She said, even if you pass the exam, we can't afford it. Then at that time, my mother was working at Taj Mansingh as a housekeeper. And the head of housekeeping department was Juhi Chawla's mother. Okay. So the big news was that Miss India ho gayi hai, Mrs. Chawla ki beti. And I was like, listen, I don't want Miss India, I want to go to that school. So at that time, the Tatas had a project that if you can get 60% and above, they would pay for the employee's child. So my mom said, if you can manage this, I will pay this school fees up to a certain limit. And then, we'll go and ask for a scholarship. So I passed that exam. I went back to her. I said, let's go find some money. And this is me in the 5th standard.
Which year was this?
5th standard. I don't know what age, but I remember the standard.
The
because
reason
I'm
I'm
like
asking
getting
is-
in 6th standard. I'm like, I wanted to come here.
It's quite strange. The reason I'm asking is I taught dance in that same school.
Please don't tell me you're my dance teacher.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Are you kidding?
I taught Bharatnatyam in that school.
Please don't tell me.
Yes.
that. Which
in the
one?
same school. Yeah, Holy Child Auxilium.
I can't say what I want to. Are you kidding me?
Yes, in that same school, I was in college, and my dance teacher.
They'll call you Godi Media after that.
So
I was more of a sports person there.
So I
was actually a sports person everywhere. But I sang in the choir.
Okay.
I still remember when the Pope visited. I was a part of the choir which sang for the Pope. So that was a big achievement for the school.
Yeah, correct. It was the same time. I was in JMC at that time, and I was to be part
you
of
are
that.
a dance teacher.
Yes.
Oh my God, they just ruined your career.
So I was in college, so this was extra money. So it was like great. I just had to come
us, it
once a week.
was consistent performance. And I would be too lazy. I would just get that passing mark which could help get the scholarship. And I remember one day I got whacked by my mother for possibly in one of the unit tests they used to have. I did very badly in math. I got a whacking of my life. She said, you're deliberately doing this and you're being dumb. And then there was this Olympiad exams, NTSC exams they used to do. So I was so irritated. I sat for one of them, got the silver medal, and I said, I'll be done with it now. So I'm not dumb, it's just that I'm disinterested.
So tell me, you went through such a jaddojahed to get into school. Why didn't you pursue with academics?
Didn't
Why
have money.
Okay.
Didn't have money. My parents, God bless them, my dad, first 7 years of my life, when I was born, it was an intercaste, inter-region marriage. They fell in love. And that too, when emergency was on the anvil. So they get married in 75 in the middle of all that chaos. I'm born in 76. When I'm born, they have $150 between the two of them and 2 patilas, pital wale. Because that's all that they could muster between the two of them. One of their friends, my father, took us Munirka mein. He had a tabela. So he said, the best I can do is give you a room above the tabela. That's why I'm not very bothered when I went to Amethi because I haven't been there, done that. Once they got that, my mom, this very elegant, erudite, well-read, graduate, masters in many language, says that Ajay, we can't stay here above a tabela with a girl the rest of our lives. So in the middle of his political activities at that time, and for a Sanghi and a Congress guy to get married at that, I mean, I don't know how they survived.
A volatile period.
Very, very. And they're very, very
Huh.
opinionated. And I still remember that house looked very big to me as a kid because you're 7 years old and you have a sister who's 5, you have another sister who's 3. And I remember standing outside that house. The first time I got a whack for my mom was for multiplication tables in that house. I realized later it was a laundry owner's wash shop. And I looked outside. It was the only home that I'd known. And she said, what the hell are you doing? Just get into the cycle rickshaw we had. That, the meters ticking, get on. We have to leave. And I kept looking at it and I said, one day, I'll buy this house. She gave me a white, tight whack on the head. She says, you're talking crap. Just get on the damn rickshaw, let's go. So that was my last memory of that house. After that, we came to Delhi. It was difficult as a Bengali Brahmin girl to have married a Punjabi Khatri. And my grandfather, my Nana, we call him Dadu, had contributed to what you know now as Dokhin Dilli Kalibadi, making the Kalibadi.
Okay.
So for them, it was a culture shock. And I remember my entire life, as long as my grandfather was alive and my grandmother was alive, she used to never cross the kitchen ka dehliz. And I used to always wonder, I said, ab dehliz kyun nahi paar karte hai? She said, nahi, shaadi ke baad ab main, because I'm married out, I can't step in.
Oh my goodness.
So I have seen all that. And that's why I'm very intent that if you can ease the life of women, if you can ease the life of single parents, families, that's the best contribution that you can do as a politician. I came into politics because I'd seen so much. And it was very clear that you can contribute as a social activist to a certain limit. But you need policy in place which makes people's life better. So, I mean, I still remember my first movie was Sound of Music at Chanakyapuri. The only difference was my Nana said कि या तो बस का पैसा है तो फिल्म का पैसा है. So with him, I remember this long walking stick. I held one end of it. We walked all the way from Kalibadi to Chanakya just to watch the movie. So I've seen that life. I remember 84. We had to cross this place next to the Gurdwara to go to school.
Yeah.
And I remember the mayhem, the chaos, the burnt body smell. I mean, I remember people saying, "Udhar dekho nahi, सीधा चलो." So they would, I mean, there's a gully right next to your office.
Next, yes.
अगर हमको शॉर्टकट लेना है तो हम आपकी वो गली से निकल के जा सकते हैं सामने की गली में और स्कूल पहुंच सकते हैं.
Yeah.
That was the only time. And if you look, whoever lives in this area knows that near Malai Mandir is the taxi stand, which was run by Sikh community. And my house of my Nana's was right there. So I remember standing on the chat, watching it burn. And my mother was at Mansingh. And you don't have phones and you don't have the amenities. and you're desperate for her to come back because she does the night shift. And she finds some way of communicating. She calls somebody calls